Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Hogwarts. Why does Jade control Harry? Part 1. Jade, are you okay? Jade, wake up. Faint, gentle calls, accompanied by the whistling wind, poured into Harry Potter's ears. Harry felt as if he were in a warm embrace, his nose could catch a faint fragrance, and that soft female voice made him feel as if he were in his mother's arms. Mom, providing you with an error-free and orderly reading experience. Harry let out a dazed murmur. He didn't want to wake up. He only wanted to remain in the dream, staying a moment longer in this mother-like embrace, not wanting to wake up so soon. But the gentle calls constantly ringing in his ears and the continuous shaking of his body forced him to wake up faster. With a hint of regret, Harry smacked his lips and slowly opened his eyes, preparing to face Aunt Petunia's urging for him to get out of bed. But when Harry saw the scene before him, a flash of bewilderment and surprise crossed his light brown eyes, and he snapped fully awake. Before him was not the narrow, dark cupboard under the stairs that Harry was familiar with, full of mold, dust, and spiderwebs. Instead, his vision was wide open, and the face of an unfamiliar young woman appeared before him, looking at him with a face full of concern. Great, Jade, you're finally awake, she said with a smile when she saw Harry open his eyes. In his daze, Harry only felt a bit of an itch on his face. Jade. Who was Jade? Harry didn't have time to think about that question right now. The young lady's smooth black hair hung down and was being blown against Harry's face by the wind. This made Harry realize where that itchy sensation had come from. And the soft sensation at the back of his head was because he was being held in this lady's arms. Realizing this, Harry's small face turned red. He just wanted to open his mouth to ask something. But the unfamiliar lady didn't give Harry a chance to ask. She helped Harry stand up and continued. Jade, you gave me quite a scare just now. Why did you suddenly collapse? You were just a bit away from falling off the balloon. Looking at it now, your Uncle Jackie owes me a big favor. Harry didn't say a word, nor did he listen to what the unfamiliar lady was saying. Because at this moment, all his attention was completely captivated by the scene before him. The view ahead was wide and open. On both sides were tall skyscrapers, rapidly receding behind them. Oh my God! Harry couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wasn't in the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys. Instead, he had appeared in a completely unfamiliar place, in a bustling city. Harry felt something soft under his feet again. He looked down and suddenly realized, it wasn't that the surrounding buildings were receding, but that he was flying forward. He was standing on a giant balloon. This all felt like a dream. Harry had had similar dreams before, where he sat on a flying motorcycle, but the difference was that those dreams weren't as real as this one. Due to his extreme surprise, Harry even overlooked the fact that he could see his surroundings clearly without wearing his glasses. All right, Jade, you stay here for now. I'm going to help your uncle. Seeing that Harry was fine, Viper stood up, patted Harry, and winked at him. Wait. Harry watched as the lady rushed forward with a few leaps, forced to swallow the questions he wanted to ask for the time being. Harry followed her gaze. He saw two masked men dressed entirely in black standing not far away, with their backs to Harry. Their outfits looked exactly like the characters in Dudley's favorite video games. They should be called ninjas. There was also a man wearing a blue sweater confronting them, who waved in this direction. Jade, are you okay? As Viper entered the fray, the two ninjas who had been facing away turned their heads in unison. Ah! Harry was shocked to see a pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light. It gave him quite a fright. Looking back at the lady from before, she didn't hesitate for a second, charging at the two ninjas empty-handed. And the man in blue, who was still far away just a moment ago, leapt over from the distance with just a few jumps, performing an acrobatic-like flip in midair. With just two kicks in the air, he beat her to it and sent the two black-clad ninjas flying. Thud! Thud! The two ninja soldiers made two muffled sounds as their bodies flew far away, rolling a few times on the uneven surface of the balloon before falling off. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. This person was so powerful. Jade, how are you feeling? Jackie Chan caught the bouncing talismanic incantation and looked at his niece with concern, reaching out to her and asking. When Jade had suddenly fallen after picking up the talismanic incantation earlier, it had scared Jackie Chan half to death. Jade had only recently crossed the ocean to the United States. If something happened to her, how would he explain it to her parents? Fortunately, it seemed that Jade didn't have any major problems now. Harry also hesitantly shook his head and said, I think I'm fine. But in reality, what he wanted to say was that his name wasn't Jade, it was Harry Potter. But now didn't seem like the time to say such things. Because the two ninjas who had just been defeated had climbed back onto the giant moose balloon and were pouncing this way together. Watch out! Uncle Jackie! Harry shouted out instinctively. Then Harry realized, when did he have such a high-pitched voice? Just like a girl's. Jackie Chan's reaction was extremely fast. He grabbed Harry with one arm and leapt forward, just barely dodging the two ninja soldiers pouncing from behind. At the same time, the lady who had been holding Harry earlier met them head-on, sending one of the ninja soldiers flying with a sleek and sharp sidekick. As for the other one, the equally agile Jackie Chan followed up with a punch. After the ninja stumbled back a few steps, he was tripped by Viper and fell off the balloon. Tisk. Not a bad collaboration, it seems we have great chemistry. Viper extended a friendly hand towards Jackie Chan, who was protecting Harry with one arm. Thanks, but I don't want to cooperate with a thief. Jackie Chan waved his hand warily, rejecting the goodwill of this master thief named Viper. However, since she had helped Jade just now, Jackie Chan's tone also carried a bit of gentleness. Your moves were so cool. Harry couldn't help but say. Little sister, you have good taste, much better than your uncle. Viper winked at Harry and gave a smile. Ah, thanks. Harry's small face turned slightly red. Because of what happened just now, he had a very good impression of this lady. At this point, Harry hadn't yet realized the main point. But soon his expression froze. Wait, what did he just hear? Little sister. No, there must be some mistake. Jade, don't trust anyone easily. Have you forgotten the lesson of being deceived by her once already? Jackie Chan raised a finger seriously and said to Harry. I think caring about this child's education can wait until after we deal with these guys. Viper suddenly stopped smiling and reminded Jackie Chan in a low voice. Jackie, we have trouble. Many more uninvited guests appeared from all directions, silently and slowly closing in on them. Harry saw clearly that those people actually emerged from the shadows of the surrounding buildings and leapt onto the balloon with an easy jump. Jackie Chan set Harry down and seriously pressed the talismanic incantation into his hand. Keep the talismanic incantation safe. Stay behind me, Jade. Harry instinctively gripped the stone-like object. He felt a jolt like an electric current and almost let go, but fortunately, he tightened his grip on the talismanic incantation just in time. Jackie Chan and Viper stood back to back, assuming combat stances. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Jackie Chan said, beckoning with his hand. Harry couldn't help but widen his eyes. Facing so many enemies, could they really win? However, when Harry saw Jackie Chan rushing into the middle of that group of strange guys, moving as if through an uninhabited land, constantly knocking down or sending enemies flying with his dodging and shifting, Harry couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, his mouth hanging wide open. Oh my god, he's simply a Superman. Harry thought to himself, it would be great if he could be that powerful too. But just as Jackie Chan was fighting more and more bravely, Viper fell into a crisis. Her skills were not as good as Jackie Chan's, and with the large number of ninja soldiers on the opposite side, Viper eventually lost focus and was overwhelmed by numbers, being successfully ambushed from behind by a ninja soldiers. The other ninja soldiers swarmed up, surrounding Viper and capturing her. Jackie! Help me! Viper shouted. Harry also turned his gaze over. Seeing that the lady was caught, Harry also became a bit anxious. Seeing this, Jackie Chan couldn't help but freeze, wanting to rush over and save her, but he still had to protect Jade. While Jackie Chan hesitated, the other ninja soldiers who had been knocked down just now stood up again unscathed, blocking Jackie Chan's path. The scene fell into a temporary stalemate. Those ninja soldiers pointed at Harry, then pointed at Viper, who was held firmly behind them. The meaning was clear. They wanted Jackie Chan to exchange the talismanic incantation for her. Jackie Chan now fell into an internal struggle. Harry also realized something. He held the seemingly important stone while looking at Jackie Chan. Finally, Jackie Chan nodded unwillingly. Give them the talismanic incantation, Jade. Although Viper was a thief, she had helped out after all, and Jackie Chan couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and threw the stone over, while the group of ninjas also pushed Viper forward. One of the ninja soldiers caught the talismanic incantation and quickly retreated, giving Jackie Chan no chance to snatch it back. Thank you, Jackie. Viper looked at Jackie Chan gratefully. Jackie Chan nodded helplessly. But Harry noticed that those strange enemies didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Quite the opposite. After the ninja soldiers looked at each other, they actually all drew out a large handful of shuriken that glittered with a cold light. Jackie Chan's face changed. Bad day. Bad day. Bad day. In the next second, the ninja soldiers all threw the shuriken in their hands. In an instant, countless shiny shuriken flew towards the three of them like raindrops. Just as Jackie Chan turned decisively, preparing to pick up Jade and retreat for the time being, he saw an incredible scene. Those shuriken had actually all stopped still in midair. Jackie Chan was stunned. What's going on? But the opportunity was fleeting. Without a word, Jackie Chan stepped hard on the trampoline-like balloon beneath his feet, and the surface of the balloon rippled outwards like a wave. The surrounding ninja soldiers also didn't seem to have expected the shuriken to suddenly stop in midair, and they all stood frozen in place. Caught off guard, they were bounced into the air by the trampoline-like surface of the balloon and then fell heavily. Taking this chance, Jackie Chan grabbed Harry, and the three of them suddenly soared over 10 meters high into the air. It shouldn't have been that high. But it seemed like a breeze had lifted them up, letting them successfully land on the roof of the opposite building, although their landing posture was a bit awkward. But fortunately, they were safe and sound. As for Viper, her angle was wrong, and she was nowhere to be seen now. Looking back at the giant balloon, it was punctured with a large number of holes by the countless shuriken that had started moving again, then pulled and torn by the airflow, eventually becoming one giant gaping hole. The whistling airflow blew the balloon, along with those ninja soldiers on it, high into the sky. Phew, goodbye. Jackie Chan breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't managed to get the talismanic incantation this time, at least he had protected Jade. Right, Jade. Jackie Chan slapped his forehead, remembering Jade's sudden fainting earlier. He lowered his head, wanting to ask Jade carefully what had happened and if she needed to go to the hospital. At this time, Harry also opened his hand and said to Jackie Chan, "Sir, here is your talismanic incantation." Jackie Chan was stunned. Before he could wonder why Jade would call him that, he saw the snake talisman lying quietly in Harry's open palm. Jade, where did you get it back from? Harry blinked. He hadn't brought it back, but after he had thrown it back just now, it seemed to have automatically appeared in his hand again. After Jackie Chan took the talismanic incantation, he said excitedly, "Great job, Jade, you're amazing." Hearing the praise, Harry blinked and showed a bit of a smile. At the same time, Harry also had some guesses about his current situation. He seemed to have mysteriously become another person, a girl named Jade. The talismanic incantation was lost and found, making Jackie Chan very happy. Although Jackie Chan still had some doubts in his heart about how his niece magically got the talismanic incantation back, he didn't delve much deeper into it. Although Jade was a bit mischievous, she always managed to bring surprises at critical moments. Great job, Jade. Now let's head back. Uncle is still waiting. Jackie Chan praised her again, taking Harry's hand. Harry hesitated for a second, then gave a soft hum of agreement. Perhaps it wouldn't be too late to confess that he wasn't Jade after they got back. Through what just happened, Harry had already noticed that this Uncle Jackie in front of him cared deeply for his niece. Because of this, Harry was a bit worried about what the situation would be like if he confessed. If Dudley suddenly disappeared one day or was replaced by another person, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would absolutely lose their minds. As the two crossed the rooftop and took the elevator downstairs, a large number of police cars with flashing red and blue lights had already surrounded the building. Put your hands up, sir. Release the child beside you immediately. Numerous fully armed officers aimed their rifles at Jackie Chan, shouting at the two from a distance. Bad luck. Jackie Chan muttered, obediently letting go of Harry and raising both hands. He was just about to explain to the officers that this was a misunderstanding. Just then, a bald man in a black trench coat stepped out of a police car. Chief Black. Jackie Chan shouted in surprise. Harry followed suit, curiously sizing up the bald man in front of him. Although the man looked very serious, he wasn't scary, Harry thought silently. Chief Black signaled the surrounding officers to lower their guns and walked forward. I hope you've secured the talismanic incantation, Jackie. Of course, Jackie Chan gave a knowing smile and replied in a low voice, this is all thanks to Jade's help. Oh, really? Chief Black looked with surprise at the somewhat timid-looking Harry behind Jackie Chan and gave him a friendly smile. Great job, Jade. You're truly amazing. Harry didn't answer. There was only one question left in his mind, and he desperately wanted to know the answer. Who exactly was Jade? Was she the owner of the body he was currently in? Then if he was Jade now, where did the real Jade go? Get up. Get up right now. Early morning at number 4 Privet Drive, in the cupboard under the stairs on the first floor. A rapid pounding on the door sounded, accompanied by falling dust that sprinkled onto Jade's body and face. The next second, Jade's eyes snapped open, and she instinctively scrambled into a sitting position. Uncle Jackie. As it happened, her forehead slammed right into the wooden cupboard behind her pillow. Thump. Ouch. Jade clutched her forehead in pain, letting out a cry of distress. Fortunately, perhaps having heard the movement inside the cupboard, that sharp, almost ear-piercing female voice vanished, leaving only a final urge. Hurry up, Harry. Don't dawdle. Then the footsteps gradually faded, followed immediately by the sound of a frying pan being placed on the stove. Hiss. Where is this? Oh no, Uncle Jackie needs me. Jade rubbed her forehead and began to warily observe her surroundings. Could it be that she had been captured by those ninja soldiers? No, impossible. Uncle Jackie wouldn't just watch her get taken away. Besides, her last memory was still of her leaning over to pick up the talismanic incantation that had fallen in front of her. Jade felt like her vision was a bit blurry, as if she had become nearsighted. Fortunately, she finally found the light switch. Click. The light bulb flickered on, driving away the darkness. Jade finally saw where she was. A narrow, cramped, and pitifully small room came into view. She was covered by a blanket, and the space was barely large enough to fit that single bed. Jade recognized that this should be a cupboard under the stairs, there were spiderwebs overhead, and it was covered in dust. But she never thought such a place could actually be lived in. Well, looks like I wasn't captured, Jade thought, blinking. She turned her head and found a pair of old glasses held together with tape by the pillow, habitually picking them up and putting them on. It wasn't until these actions were all completed and her vision cleared that Jade realized her behavior just now was a bit strange. It was too practiced. Equally strange was that her hands seemed to have grown quite a bit larger, but the clothes on her body were even bigger. What on earth is going on? Who is Harry? And where am I? Jade muttered to herself as she scrambled up, keeping her body low to avoid hitting anything else. She had explored this little cupboard enough, Now she needed to go out and see exactly where she was. Jade didn't feel afraid. On the contrary, her emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. She only felt that all of this was very interesting. But just as Jade was preparing to leave, a series of footsteps came from the stairs, thumping loudly and noisily. Someone who can make that much noise must be a real big guy. Jade muttered. Another shower of dust fell from the stairs. Gosh, the living conditions here are really lousy. Jade complained. But even worse was yet to come. Because that big guy who had just run down the stairs somehow doubled back and accurately located the position of this room. Thump, thump, thump. A large amount of dust fell again. Cough, cough, cough. Jade coughed repeatedly. All right, I don't care who this guy is. I'm going to give him a good lesson. Jade said, her face covered in dust and looking a bit huffy. She pushed open the cupboard door. And outside, a little fat boy with a face full of ill intent had already been waiting outside for a long time. Get in there, Harry. A pair of chubby hands, like suckling pig trotters, pushed toward Jade. Inside the dining room, hearing the noise from the hallway by the stairs, Mr. Vernon, who was enjoying his coffee, didn't pay much attention. Because he knew that his precious son Dudley would never lose out to that cheeky brat who was always sponging off his family. As for bullying and harassment, to be honest, Mr. Vernon had never even considered the issue. In his view, wasn't it perfectly normal for his precious son Dudley to teach a lesson to the son of those impolite hippies? Soon, the kitchen door was pushed open. Mr. Vernon wore a smile, prepared to lavishly praise his son and encourage him to keep up the good work, then congratulate Dudley on his birthday in an exaggerated tone. Everything should have been so. However, Vernon Dursley saw someone who shouldn't have been there. A black-haired youth wearing overly baggy clothes that made his thin frame look even smaller pushed open the door as if nothing had happened, standing there and looking around. The smile on Mr. Vernon's face instantly froze, then turned into a deep-seated disgust. He squeezed out a vicious sentence through his gritted teeth. How is it you? Boy. Where is my Dudley? Oh, are you talking about that rude little fat boy? Jade, whose mood was quite pleasant after venting her frustration, looked over at Mr. Vernon upon hearing his question. After seeing that fat face of Mr. Vernon's, which was almost identical to his son Dudley's, and his round physique, Jade knew that the saying, like father, like son, was indeed correct. He wanted to take a look inside my room, so I let him in, Jade replied, tilting her head. This place didn't look like a lair for those ninja soldiers, instead, it looked more like an ordinary household. It seemed they were making breakfast. Jade smelled the scent of frying bacon. Now she should ask what exactly this place was and where she was. Maybe the enforcers had pulled some trick and sent her here. Because they knew that she was Uncle Jackie's best assistant. But before Jade could speak, bang! Noticing that this boy seemed a bit off today, and feeling his authority challenged by the fearless expression on Harry's face, Mr. Vernon slapped the table first and stood up abruptly. You ungrateful little scoundrel. What did you do to my Dudley? Listening to that ear-piercing roar, Jade couldn't help but frown. Do the people here all speak so loudly? It's really quite impolite. I said, he's in that cupboard under the stairs. Jade repeated. At this time, Petunia, who had been up early cleaning the sink with a rag, also walked over. Is that any way to talk to your uncle? Good heavens, what did your teachers teach you? Didn't they teach you any manners? Uncle. Jade simply repeated the word. Where did she get an uncle? She only had one uncle, Jackie Chan. Jade realized something was wrong. From what she had seen and the information she had gathered so far, it seemed that she had now become someone else. Some unlucky guy named Harry. What on earth was going on? Jade ignored Aunt Petunia's words and hurriedly turned and ran out. Now, she needed a mirror. You come back here. Aunt Petunia shouted, explain yourself. Even Mr. Vernon, who rounded the coffee table and rushed out, rolled up his sleeves, prepared to chase after Jade. But the two of them quickly changed their minds. Because when they chased out of the kitchen and reached the hallway, they heard a loud pounding on the door from that narrow cupboard under the stairs, along with Dudley's tearful voice. Let me out. Let me out. Mommy. Daddy. Where are you? Oh my goodness. Dudley. My precious little baby. Petunia screamed and rushed over. Mr. Vernon followed close behind. Don't be afraid, Dudley. Daddy's going to save you right now. That God-forsaken little brat, how dare he do this to you? With their combined pulling and tugging efforts, and at the cost of nearly dismantling the small door of the cupboard, they finally rescued their precious son from the darkness. Seeing Dudley's little face full of panic and tears, the rage in the hearts of the Dursley couple had nearly reached its peak. However, for the moment, they didn't have time to find trouble with Jade. The sobbing Dudley had them tied down. Jade easily found a bathroom, as if she had lived here for a long time. She pushed open the door, quickly turned on the light, and walked up to the mirror. In the mirror, a delicate-looking young boy with messy hair, wearing old glasses and ill-fitting, baggy clothes, immediately appeared before Jade's eyes. Oh my God. I actually turned into a boy. After being stunned for a few seconds, Jade suddenly dropped her previous tension and said with eyes shining. This is just too cool. Jade had complained countless times about why she wasn't a boy. This book is first published across the entire network. That way, no one at school would dare to bully her anymore. Of course, Jade wasn't saying it was bad to be a girl, but if she were a boy, maybe she could have gone on adventures with Uncle Jackie. Now, her wish had finally been granted. For a moment, excitement replaced her confusion and bewilderment, and Jade began to carefully examine her current self in the mirror. She noticed something and raised her hand, gently brushing aside the hair hanging over her forehead. On her own head, or rather, on the forehead of this boy named Harry, there was a faint lightning bolt-shaped scar. Oh, cool. Before Jade could get closer to the mirror to take a better look at this cool scar. Hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway, and soon, the bathroom door was burst open. Revealing Vernon Dursley's large round face, flushed a deep purple like pig liver, he glared viciously at the thin boy, his voice carrying a hint of smugness as he said menacingly. Harry Potter, you brat, I caught you. Jade looked up at him, her uncle in name, without a hint of panic. Jade could handle guys much bigger and stronger than this chubby man with ease. Moreover, she seemed to have discovered something interesting just now. That little tubby, Jade clearly hadn't touched him, yet in the blink of an eye, she had appeared behind him, outside the door. Meanwhile, the little tubby who had pushed his hands toward her lost his balance and fell headfirst into the cupboard. Perhaps this was no coincidence. Could it be that she had not only become a stronger boy but also possessed special powers? That would certainly be more interesting. It's him, this freak, he's the one who pushed me in just now. Dudley held his mother Petunia Dursley's hand, tears still on his face, pointing a chubby finger viciously at Jade. No, I didn't push you in, you fell in yourself, Jade frowned and immediately retorted. Shut up. Vernon Dursley hadn't decided how to deal with Harry, lock him in the cupboard under the stairs and not let him out for the entire summer. Hearing Jade's retort, Vernon's face turned an even deeper shade of red. But Jade ignored this uncle who was clearly biased toward his own son. Instead, she crossed her arms and looked directly at Dudley. Are you really a man? If you're a real man, why are you lying in front of your parents? I told you to shut up. Vernon roared. Instead, Dudley suddenly froze, and his aggrieved fat face quietly flushed a bit. I am a man, Dudley retorted in a small voice. Beside him, Petunia immediately bent down and stroked the head of the son she had personally fed into his current bloated state, brushing aside the sparse blonde hair clinging to his scalp, and said softly. Of course, my sweetheart, you are an absolute man. Saying this, Petunia looked up again, glaring at Jade with a look of disgust. Enough, now listen to your uncle and go back to your room immediately. Since you're a man, then you shouldn't lie in front of them. Jade did not back down, but spoke even louder. Petunia's expression became somewhat bewildered as she looked at the thin boy standing in the bathroom, whose face showed no sign of fear or retreat. Especially Harry's clear emerald green eyes, which caused Petunia to daze for a moment. Dudley's face had turned as red as his panting father's. Enough, boy. Get to your room now. You won't be coming out for a single minute or second of the entire summer, never. Vernon Dursley ultimately did nothing more extreme, only roaring at Jade in a gruff voice. Jade didn't say anything, but she was retorting in her heart. There was no way she'd stay in this place for the whole summer. She had to go back. Uncle Jackie needed her. Although she had turned into a boy and Uncle Jackie might not recognize her, it didn't matter. Old Uncle would definitely find a way to turn her back. Jade had already keenly sensed it. This boy named Harry Potter probably didn't have a very good life in this house. It should be said to be quite terrible. Although she didn't know where the boy named Harry Potter had gone now that she possessed this body. But Jade felt, at least she should leave something behind for this boy before she left. Jade crossed her arms and, like a victor, walked through the bathroom door and swaggered toward the cupboard under the stairs. Just you wait. She would definitely find a way to escape. But just as Jade passed Dudley, who was silently listening to his mother's comfort. Wait. Dudley suddenly called out to her. Jade raised an eyebrow, whistled, and took a few more steps before stopping and turning around to look at Dudley, who had let go of his mother's arm and was looking at her. Were you calling me? Dudley hesitated for a moment, as if engaging the brain he hadn't used in years for some complex thinking. After a moment, Dudley said, "That's right, I'm calling you, Harry." Jade frowned. She took back her initial evaluation. Pigs were much smarter than this little tubby. You're right, I am a man. I really did rush in myself just now. You didn't push me. Dudley spoke haltingly. Behind him, his parents were staring at their son with wide eyes, as if looking at a miracle. The mustache on Mr. Vernon's lip was trembling slightly, while Aunt Petunia let out a short gasp and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my, Duddy. Jade found it a bit hard to understand. It was just telling the truth. Was there a need to be so excited? However, after thinking about it, Jade still nodded and said, "In that case, I accept your apology." Even though Dudley hadn't said a single sorry, Jade still begrudgingly considered it an apology. And after hearing this, a trace of a smile actually squeezed onto Dudley's fat face. As if he had received some kind of recognition. Jade shook her head. She didn't understand, but she respected it. Looking at Petunia Dursley again, she couldn't stop the tears welling in her eyes. She let out a scream and hugged her son. Oh my sweetheart, my Duddy, did you hear what he said? He actually bravely admitted his mistake. Mr. Vernon, changing his previous anger, happily placed his hand on his son's shoulder with a face full of pride. That's my son, becoming a real man on his birthday. Jade didn't linger any longer but turned and walked toward the hallway. She now needed to go back and think carefully about what had happened to her. Just as Jade was walking forward, she suddenly paused again. Jade's gaze was fixed on a trophy placed on a cabinet. This trophy was some honor won by Vernon Dursley's drilling company. But none of that was important. What was important was that Jade recognized the place name on it. Surrey, England. Oh my, she seemed to have gone a bit far this time. She was already outside the United States and had actually ended up in England. As Harry got into the car. Through the car window, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face among the onlookers, smiling at him. It was the agile lady from earlier. Seeing that she was all right, Harry felt relieved. Although that lady's profession didn't seem entirely honorable, she at least wasn't a bad person, certainly better than those strangely dressed fellows from before. This judgment stemmed from Harry's intuition. Chief Black glanced at Jade, who was sitting in the back row, through the rearview mirror. Jackie Chan had secretly approached him earlier and told Chief Black that Jade was acting a bit strange today, not quite normal, perhaps she had been frightened, and she had even fainted for a while. He asked Chief Black to look after Jade for a bit, and if any more problems arose, to take her to the hospital. Chief Black looked at Jade in the back seat, feeling somewhat puzzled. He thought Jade seemed perfectly fine. For the rest of the journey, Harry spent the time quietly observing the bustling city through the car window. This place was much more prosperous than Little Whinging in Surrey, where he lived. Harry didn't think this was London either, because along the way, he had seen the names of some cities. This place seemed to be called San Francisco. But where exactly was San Francisco? Harry felt lost regarding this. Although Harry didn't know exactly what had happened to him, he had actually long since grown used to the indescribable strange things that happened around him. From childhood to now, odd occurrences often happened to Harry. For example, no matter how many times Harry went to the barber shop, by the next day, his hair would return to its original messy state. As another example, while being chased by Dudley and his gang of cronies, Harry had once leapt all the way onto the chimney of a rooftop. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon never believed Harry's explanations. At the same time, they avoided the strange things happening to Harry like the plague, demanding that he never tell anyone about them. Harry was also starting to figure things out now. It probably wasn't that Uncle Jackie and the others had mistaken him for someone else, but rather that he had now become a different person. A girl named Jade. Well, although waking up to suddenly find himself as another person. This sort of thing sounded far too bizarre, much more so than any of the strange events that had happened to Harry before. But Harry felt he could just barely accept it. As long as he didn't have to stay in that house on Privet Drive anymore, it didn't matter where he was. Soon, Harry felt a bit drowsy. Lately, he had been waking up exceptionally early, and Aunt Petunia never gave Harry any chance to idle. Instead, she constantly ordered him to do all sorts of messy chores, like trimming the lawn, scrubbing the tiles, and so on. From the moment he woke up in the morning, he worked straight through until dinner time. For a developing child, this clearly led to a lack of sleep. In a state between dreaming and waking, Harry once again dreamed of that motorcycle carrying him through the night sky, while also faintly feeling himself held in an embrace as broad as a small mountain, yet soft and warm. Just as Harry was wondering exactly where the motorcycle was heading, the slight jolt of the car stopping woke Harry from his dream. Jade, we're here. Chief Black, sitting in the driver's seat, turned his bald head and squeezed out a stiff but friendly smile at Harry. It was quite obvious, however, that this chief of police didn't know how to coax a child. In his days, Harry instinctively prepared to push the door open and get out, but he was stopped by Chief Black. No need to get out, Jade. Harry blinked and obediently sat back in his seat. At the same time, he noticed that Uncle Jackie, who had been in the passenger seat, had disappeared. This made Harry a little nervous. Excuse me, Mr. Chief, where did Uncle Jackie go? Harry couldn't help but ask Chief Black. Even though they had only spent a short time together, Harry had a very good impression of that kind man with the somewhat large nose. Jackie Chan was the first person to show concern for Harry. But when Harry saw a flash of surprise on Chief Black's face, he immediately knew he might have said the wrong thing again. Mr. Chief. Good heavens. Chief Black raised a hand and scratched his smooth, bald forehead, wondering when Jade had become so polite. It seemed Jackie Chan was right. Jade really was a bit strange today. Chief Black still answered Harry's question gently. Jackie went to pick up Uncle. Elderly people's legs aren't always steady, and they often get lost easily. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. We'll go to the infirmary first and have the doctor check you over. If you'd like, Jade, you can also have some donuts in the District 13 lounge. What do you think? Harry's ears caught two new names. Who was Uncle? This girl's father. Probably not, because the chief had said Uncle was an elderly person. In District 13, what kind of place was that? Though Harry's head was full of doubts, he still nodded, feeling even somewhat flattered. No one had ever asked Harry if he wanted a donut. Okay, thank you. Next, Harry didn't stop having new doubts. They had stopped at the end of an alley, next to a red telephone booth and a trash can leaning against the wall. Besides that, there was nothing else noteworthy. They should have gotten out and walked now, but the chief told him there was no need to get out of the car. However, Harry was sensible enough not to voice his confusion. He instinctively felt that if Jade were here, she would surely know where they were going next. Well, now Harry knew where they were going. Without much of a wait, the wall in front of them suddenly split to the left and right, moving quite fast. An opening large enough for a car to pass through appeared before them. Chief Black slowly drove the car inside. Harry finally realized that this was an elevator for cars, hidden in this secluded spot. Harry became increasingly curious about the District 13 Chief Black had mentioned. With a slight vibration of the elevator, Harry could feel them descending. What surprised Harry even more was, before long, the elevator actually changed from descending to moving forward. Finally, the silvery white wall in front split to the left and right again, and a bright light shone in. They had arrived. Harry couldn't help but feel nervous and expectant. Just the events of today so far were far more exciting than everything that had happened to Harry in the past year combined. Although he had prepared himself mentally. When the car actually drove out of the elevator into a space wider than Harry's school playground, Harry was still shocked. He had thought it would be big, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. The interior was as bright as day, and there were even wide roads, surrounded by silvery white metal walls and passages branching out in all directions, leading who knows where. Staff in uniforms came and went, and there were even railway tracks laid in some places. One could imagine how vast the internal space of this building was. My goodness, they had come to a real secret base, Harry thought to himself. In a yellow taxi, Jackie Chan and Uncle were on their way to District 13. Jackie, there's still plenty of time after getting the talismanic incantation this time. Uncle will start researching as soon as we arrive at District 13. Sitting beside Jackie was an elderly man wearing a yellow sweater and glasses. He looked energetic and spoke in a dry tone. Thank you for the praise, Uncle. Jackie scratched his head happily. But as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind struck, and Jackie felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Ouch. Uncle, why did you hit me? The energetic old man was now holding up 2 fingers, gesturing at his nephew. First, Uncle did not praise you. Second, Uncle hit you because you actually took your niece Jade onto an out-of-control balloon at the carnival. Do you know how dangerous that was? Facing Uncle's stern questioning, Jackie waved his hands to explain, it wasn't like that, Uncle. I told Jade to stay put. Wait, one more thing. Where did you put Jade? Uncle interrupted Jackie's explanation and looked around to ask. Jackie spread his hands helplessly. Jade. She's at District 13, Uncle. Right. Jackie suddenly remembered something and said hesitantly, one more thing. Jade seemed a bit off today. I can't quite put my finger on it, but she just felt a little strange. Ouch. Uncle, why did you hit me again? Seeing Jackie rubbing his reddened forehead in pain, a smile tugged at the corner of Uncle's mouth. Who told you to say Uncle's lines? What's wrong with Jade? Well, Jade fell down once on the balloon. After she woke up, she seemed a bit different, Jackie said, scratching his head. Fell down. Different. Different how? Uncle asked, squinting his eyes. It's like Jade didn't quite recognize me. Jackie added. Hearing this, Uncle fell silent, his brows furrowing slightly. Iya. This is trouble. Could Jade have been possessed by something dirty? Jackie blinked. Probably not. As soon as he finished, Uncle raised his fingers again, and Jackie quickly covered his head. A trace of a smile flashed through Uncle's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Tell Uncle, was there anything unusual about how you got the talismanic incantation? Jackie thought carefully. If there was anything unusual, there really was some. In District 13, Chief Black was carrying McDonald's he had bought from outside, walking toward the lounge. Chief Black. Oh, Jackie, you're back. And Uncle too. Chief Black greeted Jackie with a smile. Where's Jade? Where is she? Jackie asked hurriedly. Chief Black looked at Jackie with some surprise. Jade. She's in the lounge. What's wrong? Phew. Jackie breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating, he shook his head. Nothing. Has Jade been well behaved here? Chief Black smiled slightly upon hearing this. I was just about to tell you. Jade has been extremely obedient. She's not as mischievous as you said. Hearing this, Jackie and Uncle exchanged a look. Without another word, Jackie grabbed Uncle and ran toward the lounge. Seeing this, Chief Black scratched his head in confusion. It's just that Jade gets hungry quite fast. Look, I even bought her a hamburger. Inside the lounge, Harry was focused on the television on the wall, which was playing cartoons. Being alone, sitting on a sofa, drinking a beverage, and watching TV. Any one of these three conditions would have been difficult to achieve at 4 Privet Drive. But Harry was a bit distracted. Because watching cartoons was nothing compared to this massive and sci-fi secret base. Harry had just seen many things he had never seen before. Precisely because of this, Harry was even more curious about the original owner of this body, that girl named Jade. What was her background? Perhaps he shouldn't be so comfortable enjoying himself here using someone else's identity. He should tell Uncle Jackie about this and have them quickly find that girl named Jade and bring her back. The more Harry thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Just as he put down the glass bottle and looked toward the door. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Jackie ran in, pulling Uncle along. Jade, are you okay? Harry nodded, not quite understanding. Of course, Uncle Jackie. At the same time, Harry turned his gaze to the old man standing beside Jackie, a tall, thin, and seemingly kind elderly man. Uncle was panting and coughed several times. Jackie, don't you know Uncle is old? My old bones can't take this kind of tossing around. Do you want Uncle to die early? Sorry, Uncle. One more thing, I think Jade looks perfectly normal. Are you sure you're not joking with Uncle? Uncle massaged his chest before turning a pair of wise eyes toward Harry. For some reason, Harry felt this old gentleman's gaze had a sort of penetrating power, as if he could see right through him. I'm very sorry, but there's something I want to tell you. Harry plucked up his courage and spoke up. Oh, what is it, Jade? Jackie stepped forward and asked. Harry took a deep breath and said softly. Actually, I'm not Jade. My name is Harry, Harry Potter. I'm sorry, but I don't know where Jade went either. Enough. I'm really not Harry. Why won't you believe me? In the cupboard under the stairs, Jade shook her head and spoke loudly. What kind of miserable life did this boy named Harry Potter live here? Sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, being bullied by his fat cousin, and surprisingly, not a single person believed his words. Jade had just been sitting in the cupboard under the stairs thinking about how she was going to get a plane ticket to fly from England back to the United States. Then a knocking sound came from outside the door. Vernon Dursley told her to come out in a heavy voice. Jade originally thought they were coming to cause trouble for her again because of that little fat kid. But she didn't expect it was to tell her to clean herself up and go to the zoo with them later. If Harry were here, he would probably be dumbfounded. Because the Dursleys had never proactively offered to take Harry to the movies, or an amusement park, or any place that could bring him joy. He had never been to the zoo either. The Dursleys usually left Harry with a neighbor, an old woman living alone, or locked him in the cupboard under the stairs. This time they actually proactively offered to take Harry to the zoo. Could they have taken the wrong medicine? But Mr. Vernon had his own considerations. After they had just finished comforting their son, the couple had a brief discussion. Old Mrs. Fig next door had broken her leg and couldn't take Harry. And whether it was Mr. Vernon or Aunt Petunia, most of their friends were busy or away on vacation. They didn't want to leave Harry home alone either. So for Dudley's birthday trip to the zoo, they had to bring Harry along. This was actually Aunt Petunia's suggestion. She didn't seem as angry as before. But Mr. Vernon didn't expect this kid would actually say something as ridiculous and absurd as not being Harry just because he wanted to stay home alone. Along the road outside 4 Privet Drive, the sound of a car engine turning off could be heard. The friends Dudley invited had arrived. Mr. Vernon, who had already lost his patience, glared and pointed at the stubborn Jade, saying in a low voice, "Enough, boy. Whoever you are, you must come with us today, understand? Now, get out of here, quickly." It was a bright, sunny weekend, and the zoo was packed with families on outings. Both adults and children appeared to be having a great time. Near the zoo entrance, vendors selling various snacks and toys were everywhere, colorful balloons floated in the air, and the scent of French fries wafted from afar. As the star of this birthday trip, Dudley was naturally very happy. Along the way, he had been chatting with his good friend Piers about video games and showing off the gifts he had received. The only one who looked sullen was Jade. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to play at the zoo. But right now, she wanted more than anything to find a public telephone booth and call Uncle Jackie to tell him about her current situation. She needed Uncle Jackie to come and pick her up quickly. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee what she might do. This family's attitude toward her, no, toward Harry Potter, was simply atrocious. "Boy, I'm warning you, don't try any funny business, or you'll be staying in your cupboard until Christmas." Vernon Dursley blocked Jade's path, leaning down to glare at her with his face turning a purplish red. This made Jade, who was already in a bad mood, feel even less pleasant. "Sure," Jade said. Before Mr. Vernon could let go with satisfaction, he heard his troublesome nephew speak with absolute certainty. "If you dare lock me up, I'll call the police and let them deal with you. Do you want me to tell them you're abusing a poor orphan who lost his mother?" The clever Jade had already grasped the basic information of this body's owner, the little boy named Harry. Actually, she could have guessed it anyway. If his parents were still alive, how could anyone dare to treat him like this? Compared to Uncle Jackie and Grandpa, Jade felt the Dursley family was simply the worst. Mr. Vernon froze in place. He watched helplessly as Jade lifted her chin, crossed her arms, and swaggered forward. He was fuming with rage, but didn't dare to explode in public, so he could only gnash his teeth and mutter to his wife beside him. How dare he say such a thing? That little ungrateful brat. All those years we spent raising him, wasted. Did you hear that, Petunia? This boy actually said he'd call the police to arrest me. But this time, his wife did not immediately voice her agreement with the furious Mr. Vernon. Petunia Dursley had also heard what Jade said, especially that last sentence. A rare look of complexity and conflict appeared on Petunia's face. "Forget it, don't bother with him," Petunia said to her husband after a moment's hesitation. Mr. Vernon's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe these words came from his wife. But he couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal, so he could only continue to seethe in silence. Jade continued walking forward. As she neared the entrance, she noticed something approaching her from the side. She turned to look. It was that little tubby boy, Dudley. "What do you want? If you want to fight, I've got a stomach full of anger with nowhere to vent." Jade spoke first, highly alert. Back when Jade was still Jade, she wasn't afraid of anyone. Furthermore, she was now a boy and possessed special superpowers. Dudley, on the other hand, was startled by Jade's glare and actually shrank back a bit before whispering, "I'm not looking for trouble. I just want to ask you, how did you appear behind me just now?" "Oh." Jade raised an eyebrow, glanced left and right, and saw that the Dursleys were already left behind. A flash of cunning crossed Jade's eyes, and she also whispered back, "What? You want to learn? I'll teach you." Hearing this, Dudley's small eyes lit up with immense enthusiasm. "Really? Of course it's real, but I can't teach you for nothing. You have to give something in return, right?" Jade grinned. She had noticed earlier. This little boy named Harry didn't have a single coin on him. But this cousin of his had been handed a crisp 10-pound note by Mr. Vernon when they got into the car. Jade needed money to complete her grand plan to go home. Dudley was actually quite smart this time and understood Jade's meaning. A conflicted expression appeared on his face, looking as if he was reluctant to part with the cash he had just received. Seeing this, Jade raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Fine then, it seems your desire to learn isn't that strong. Forget it. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even offer to teach them." Hearing this, Dudley's eyes lit up again. "You mean, you won't teach it to anyone but me?" Jade nodded. "Of course, you're my cousin, after all. You get special treatment." At this, Dudley finally smiled, a very simple-minded grin. "Deal. But how much do you want?" "That note Uncle Vernon gave you earlier," Jade replied. This time, Dudley didn't hesitate anymore. Perhaps in his eyes, a single instance of pocket money wasn't enough to cause him too much heartache. After all, the value of the various things he had broken over the years added up to over £1,000. "Okay, but when will you teach me?" Dudley asked, quickly pulling the folded banknote from his pocket. This proved that Dudley wasn't as stupid as he appeared on the surface. When children are behind their parents' backs, they always reveal a certain shrewdness. Jade nonchalantly took the note and quickly stuffed it into her own pocket. "Soon. How about after we're done at the zoo and head back?" Jade was undoubtedly lying. She had no intention of returning to that dark, dusty little cupboard. However, from the broken glasses she was currently wearing, which were covered in Scotch tape, Jade could guess. Harry had been bullied by his cousin quite a bit over the years. Consider this her helping him collect some interest. Jade now felt that if she could get Grandpa to change her back, she might try to have Uncle Jackie or Chief Black help look after Harry. Even staying in District 13 would be much better than staying in this house. To her surprise, Dudley showed a hint of hesitation after hearing that. "After the zoo, I still have a lot of places I want to go," Dudley muttered vaguely. It seemed he had also planned his own itinerary for his birthday. "Then you pick the time. I can teach you whenever you want, how's that?" Jade answered immediately. Before Dudley, whose smile was returning, could say anything, Mr. Vernon and Aunt Petunia quickly caught up. "Dudley, don't hang around with that boy, he'll be a bad influence on you." Vernon Dursley roughly pulled his son over, shielding him by his side. At the same time, he glared at Jade. As if in the next second, she might turn his son into an actual pig. Jade curled her lip and said nothing. Just then, Dudley saw an ice cream stand and immediately pointed at it, shouting that he wanted ice cream. The deal was easily kept hidden just like that. Soon, as they entered the zoo, a smile finally appeared on Jade's face. It wasn't just the 3-flavored ice cream in her hand soothing her anxiety, but also because she now had money and could begin implementing her plan to go home. On the contrary, as the one forced to pay for it, Aunt Petunia's gaze toward Jade returned to its usual wary and defensive state. But Jade didn't care. The opportunity she was waiting for would soon arrive. The escape plan went even more smoothly than Jade had imagined. The people here reacted way too slowly, just like NPCs in a computer game. They weren't even a fraction as good as the Black Hand organization. Not to mention Uncle Jackie. Jade hadn't even used a third of her skill before she successfully caused a scene at the zoo and slipped away. She looked at the screaming Aunt Petunia, and Dudley and his friend who had fallen into the pool. "Sorry, if we meet again, I'll definitely teach you the skills I've learned," Jade thought. Then, she left the chaotic zoo without looking back. Around her were tourists fleeing in panic, and animals of all sizes that had escaped. This also allowed Jade to prove her suspicion. This little boy named Harry Potter, his body really wasn't simple. Heaven and earth be my witness. Jade had originally only wanted to make the glass Dudley was pounding on disappear, but who would have thought that all the glass in the entire zoo would vanish? This was really interesting. Jade meant if. It would be great if she could have this kind of magical power when old uncle turned her back. Then next, I'll call Uncle Jackie first. Jade looked around on the side of the road before finally setting her sights on a telephone booth not far away. She walked toward the telephone booth with light steps. Ministry of Magic. Alarms blared frantically in the improper use of magic office. Arthur Weasley, who had just poured himself a cup of hot tea, scrambled to his feet from his desk. What's going on? What happened? The teacup unfortunately spilled, pouring scalding tea onto Arthur Weasley's clothes, but fortunately, these robes had been enchanted with magic to prevent stains and dust. They weren't the high-end boutique kind sold in tailor shops, but something his wife, Molly, had cast for him. But the effect was just as good. There's been a large-scale magic exposure event at a Muggle zoo in Surrey. It seems many Muggles witnessed the magic. Hurry, Mr. Weasley, we have to leave immediately. Merlin's beard, this is terrible. Who on earth would abuse magic in front of a crowd of Muggles? Arthur Weasley's eyes widened in shock. Though he didn't know who was so bold as to treat the statute of secrecy as nothing. But he was certain this fellow was finished. They'll definitely be sent to Azkaban. Even if they were the Minister for Magic, it would be no exception. For so many years, not using magic in front of any Muggles has been the consensus among all wizards. To use magic so brazenly in front of Muggles, only those dangerous elements who use the dark arts would do such a thing. But that wasn't what shocked Arthur Weasley the most. That's not even the most important part. Top secret intel. The legendary boy who lives near that zoo in Surrey. Arthur's colleague leaned in with a serious expression and whispered to him. What? You mean Harry Potter? Arthur Weasley exclaimed. Exactly, so we have to be prepared. The person who caused the commotion might be them. Arthur's colleague nodded, his voice heavy. As soon as those words were spoken, Arthur's hands couldn't help but tremble. Arthur Weasley certainly knew who he was talking about. The Dark Lord's most loyal followers and subordinates, known as Death Eaters. 11 years ago, they had thrown the entire British wizarding world into turmoil and panic. Arthur had lived through that dark and terrifying period, and he and his wife had been members of the Order of the Phoenix formed by Dumbledore, fighting on the front lines. Now, hearing this news, his first reaction was that someone wanted to harm the boy who lived. In an instant, Arthur's expression changed. Dumbledore would never sit idly by. Arthur said through gritted teeth, his hand already reaching into his pocket to silently pull out his wand. His colleague nodded silently but then added. Of course, this is just my speculation. Let's just do our jobs, Arthur. All right, let's head out. Arthur Weasley nodded and hurried out of the office with his colleague. No matter what, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm the boy who lived. Harry Potter had already sacrificed too much for the peace of the wizarding world. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Inside the headmaster's office. It was summer vacation, and the vast castle school was exceptionally quiet. As for some of the teachers, they still remained in the castle. Among them was Headmaster Dumbledore, now hailed as the greatest white wizard in history, the pillar of the wizarding world, and the bane of the first Dark Lord. At this moment, Dumbledore was receiving a guest from far away in the Black Forest of Algeria, who was also an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts. He was there to apply for a teaching position. Welcome back, dear Quirinus. I am very happy to see you again, and very glad you could return to teach at this school. Dumbledore warmly extended his hand, shook hands with the somewhat reserved man before him, and motioned for him to sit. Would you like a drink? Tea, coffee, or perhaps some lemon sorbet? It's a very nice candy from the Muggle world. I also highly recommend cockroach clusters. Quirrell, wearing a purple turban and looking as if he had just returned from India, quickly glanced at the cockroaches crawling around in Dumbledore's drawer, swallowed hard, and hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. No thank you. I think perhaps we could start directly. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, looking at the clearly nervous and constrained young man before him, and said very kindly, of course, not everyone can accept the appearance of cockroach clusters, but I guarantee that if you try one, you will definitely fall in love with the way it bursts in your mouth. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's comfort seemed to have the opposite effect. Quirinus Quirrell, who was already looking nervous and pale, couldn't help but gag repeatedly after hearing that. Cough. Sorry, headmaster. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just, too nervous. No, too excited. Dumbledore blinked and, with an understanding wave of his sleeve, a cup of black tea appeared on the desk. Have some water, Quirinus. I understand, really. Quirrell didn't care about the scalding tea, he picked it up and drank it in one gulp, and his tense body finally began to relax. Thank you. Quirrell murmured, looking a bit tired and weak. Then let's talk about the position you're applying for, defense against the dark arts teacher. A faint, imperceptible glint flashed behind Dumbledore's glasses. Once Quirrell had relaxed, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers on the table and continued. Honestly, Quirinus, you were among the top of your class at school, very outstanding, a talent welcomed by Hogwarts. But I am curious, why would you choose the defense against the dark arts position instead of the ancient runes research you were better at? How should I put it? I've always wanted a challenging job to build my character. Quirrell took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile as he spoke. Oh. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow noncommittally. Just as he was about to continue his questioning. A sudden burst of fire from the ornate golden bird stand beside him interrupted Dumbledore. Both of them turned to look at the same time. A graceful phoenix slowly flew out from the flames. After circling the office once, it precisely dropped a letter into Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, carefully read the sender's name, and frowned slightly. Then, Dumbledore looked up and smiled at Quirinus Quirrell, who was clearly curious about the letter's contents. It seems our minister has run into a bit of trouble again and needs to bother this old man with his fragile bones. Quirinus, do you mind if I? Before Dumbledore could finish, Quirrell shook his head quickly. Of course not, please go ahead, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave a friendly smile before opening the letter in his hand. Quirrell kept his purple-tinged lips tightly shut, but his gaze never left the letter, or the expression on Dumbledore's face. One could see that the faint, relaxed smile on Dumbledore's face gradually faded as he read. The letter was not long. Dumbledore finished it quickly, snapped it shut, and looked up. Quirrell's eyes happened to meet Dumbledore's. He flinched as if struck by an electric shock, quickly looked away, and forced a fake smile. Is it something important? Perhaps we can talk another day, it's really no problem at all. Despite saying this, Quirrell didn't move an inch from his chair. Dumbledore put the letter away, tucking it into a drawer, not the one containing the cockroach clusters. He resumed his posture with fingers interlaced and, after a brief silence, nodded. Well, I think you're right, Dumbledore said, standing up quickly, not looking at all like a frail old man. He proactively extended his hand to the somewhat bewildered Quirrell. Then let us talk next time, though it is a pity. Quirrell reacted half a beat late before hurriedly standing up to shake Dumbledore's hand, his expression stiff. Well then, I mean, matters at the ministry are more important. Dumbledore let go of his hand and, while walking around the desk, thought of something and paused to add, also, I must congratulate you, Professor Quirrell, you have successfully convinced me. After all, I don't have a more suitable candidate right now, so. At this point, Dumbledore paused, looking at Quirrell, whose expression was shifting from confusion to sheer ecstasy, before continuing. Would you be willing to accept the position of defense against the dark arts professor? Of course. Quirrell was overjoyed, his words becoming incoherent. I'm certainly willing, it's a great honor, my headmaster. Dumbledore nodded slightly, signaling the end of the meeting. Quirrell tactfully followed Dumbledore out of the office. By the time he descended the spiral staircase, he found Dumbledore had already vanished. A trace of envy appeared in Quirrell's eyes, but it was soon replaced by excitement and joy. He let out a sigh of relief. Master. But as soon as he spoke, Quirrell's body suddenly stiffened, and a look of terror crossed his face. After another moment, Quirrell hurried away with his lips tightly sealed. Once Quirrell's robes disappeared around the corner of the corridor, Dumbledore's figure quietly reappeared. He took a deep look in the direction Quirrell had left, then lightly tapped his toes and spun his body. Crack! In the next instant, Dumbledore's figure also vanished. Little Whinging, Surrey. At the entrance of the zoo on Charlie Street. The zoo, which was usually crowded on weekends, was now deserted. Strangely, none of the cars passing nearby stopped. Even though some station wagons carrying families circled around several times, they did the same. In the end, they all had to give up and turn away. Inside the zoo, it was equally quiet. A large crowd of tourists had been gathered together. Parents held their children, trembling, their eyes wary and fearful as they watched the strange figures dressed in black robes wandering nearby. Just an hour ago, a commotion had occurred here, with a large number of animals escaping. But soon, in less than 10 minutes, these oddly dressed people suddenly appeared here with a spin, holding wooden sticks in their hands and exerting a power that seemed like magic. They rounded up all the escaped animals along with the humans in one fell swoop. Seeing them, a word couldn't help but pop into every tourist's mind, a word almost forgotten by the era: wizards. It was precisely because of this that the tourists stood so quietly in place, like lambs to the slaughter, waiting for the fate they were about to face. Among the wandering figures in black robes was Arthur Weasley. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Arthur had originally thought that the person who caused this huge mess near the home of the boy who lived must be someone with ill intentions. Perhaps even a Death Eater who had luckily escaped the Auror's pursuit. But he never imagined the person who caused this great disturbance was none other than Harry Potter. Arthur Weasley stood with his colleague, watching the Aurors patrol the grounds while more people arrived continuously. Whenever someone suddenly appeared, a low stir would break out among the Muggles gathered to have their memories erased. "My Merlin, they are all big shots from the Ministry of Magic," Arthur Weasley's colleague whispered in amazement. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, and even Barty Crouch Sr. "Do you think the minister will come?" Arthur Weasley rubbed his stiff neck. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling he will." Arthur Weasley's colleague, looking like he enjoyed the drama, shrugged and let out a vivid chuckle. "Ha! Guess if these big shots will throw the boy who lived into Azkaban." Hearing this question and seeing his colleague's mischievous eyes, Arthur felt a bit of a headache. He regretted speaking too soon. It seemed that Harry Potter could do what even the Minister for Magic couldn't. Arthur couldn't imagine how much of an uproar it would cause if the wizarding public knew the minister intended to lock Harry Potter in Azkaban. The howlers sent from all over the country would drown the Ministry of Magic. "Certainly not," Arthur Weasley said, shaking his head. "After all, he hasn't even entered Hogwarts yet. This might be a magical outburst." That said, even Arthur Weasley didn't quite believe that excuse. Because there was evidence that Harry Potter had gone missing. That was also why so many important figures had come. The famous savior was gone, Merlin's beard. While Arthur was thinking, his colleague suddenly tugged at him. "Look! It's Dumbledore, he's here." Hearing this, Arthur Weasley immediately looked up and saw a tall old man appearing next to a vending machine. "Phew! Dumbledore is here, we're saved," Arthur Weasley said with a smile. The moment Dumbledore appeared in the zoo, he drew a massive amount of attention. As if on cue, the second after Dumbledore appeared, the figure of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, finally arrived as well, albeit late. With Xiao Yu running away from home this time, things had truly spiraled out of control. "Dumbledore, you're finally here." A flicker of complexity crossed Fudge's eyes the moment he saw Dumbledore, but he quickly adjusted his emotions, putting on a smile as he stepped forward to greet him. "Minister, it has been a long time." Dumbledore nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his face. As he spoke, Dumbledore turned to look around and said softly, "I don't think it's necessary to make such a scene, do you?" Hearing this, Fudge shifted his shoulders awkwardly before coughing and saying, "It is only right." After all, that is the boy who lived, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. I mean, this incident couldn't be the work of those people, could it? At this point, Fudge's tone became a bit more tense, his eyes filled with worry. Dumbledore raised his hand and gently patted Fudge's shoulder, comforting him. Relax, Minister. I do not believe this is the work of Death Eaters. If it were them, they would not have left any survivors. Fudge's expression visibly relaxed upon hearing this. Not hearing the worst possible answer made him feel much better. However, Fudge immediately followed up with a question, but why would that boy do such a thing? I mean, could he have been kidnapped? Dumbledore didn't answer this time. He kept his chin held high, looking toward the crowd of muggles as if searching for someone. Soon, Dumbledore found his target. I think we can start by asking those who know the situation. Those who know. Who? Fudge asked, puzzled. Dumbledore was already striding toward the crowd. The terrified muggles parted to make a path. The adults' faces were filled with dread and fear, while only the children still had innocence and curiosity in their eyes. Fudge followed Dumbledore with long strides. To be honest, his expression was not very good, he was even somewhat dissatisfied. When Dumbledore suddenly came to a halt, Fudge nearly bumped into him, only managing to stop just in time. By now, Fudge's face looked quite unpleasant. Dumbledore ignored Fudge's expression. Instead, he looked down at a family crouching on the ground, holding a child who was still half wet. Petunia, I would like to have a word with you, Dumbledore said. The woman on the ground, who was tightly clutching her son, trembled and instinctively tried to stand up. But she was pulled back by her son. Mom, where are you going? Dudley asked innocently. This question seemed to flip a switch, and Petunia immediately became emotional. Oh, Dudley, don't worry, Mommy will be right back. What on earth is happening? Beside her, Vernon Dursley's initial confusion turned into suspicion after looking at the tall Dumbledore and Fudge behind him. Who are you people? What do you want with my wife? Mr. Vernon's anger had clearly reached its peak. He stood up, wanting to protect his family. He had the guts to issue a warning to the nominal and actual most powerful figures in the wizarding world. I've had enough. I'm calling the police. You'll all be going to jail. Seeing a muggle dare to shout at the minister and Dumbledore, the surrounding Aurors began to close in. However, they were stopped by Dumbledore raising his hand. Calm down, Vernon. I mean no ill will toward your wife and child. You can ask your wife, I believe she will tell you I am not a bad person. Dumbledore's tone was gentle and calm, yet it carried an indisputable authority. Vernon Dursley frowned deeply, just about to retort. He had had enough. Enough of a freak living in his house, enough of supporting him for nothing, and enough of the chaotic things that appeared in his life. He didn't care about Harry's status, let alone the status of the old man in front of him, he just wanted to live in peace with his family. In contrast, the previously emotional Petunia had calmed down a bit. She also stood up, pulling away from Dudley's grasp. Dumbledore. I want my husband and son with me. Of course, Dumbledore smiled. Fudge took the opportunity to interject, Madam, and you, sir, I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Rest assured, we will guarantee your safety. Upon hearing this, Mr. Vernon gave a loud snort. He wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Presumably, whatever he wanted to say was certainly not a word of thanks. I would like to ask what happened today. Why did the child leave here secretly? Once the group had moved to the side, Dumbledore slowly asked the question, his wise eyes fixed on Petunia's somewhat unnatural face. I don't know, Petunia shook her head. What do you mean you don't know? That child lives in your house, Fudge interjected again, instinctively adopting an official tone. But these words once again enraged Mr. Vernon. He waved his hands and said vehemently. The boy lives in our house. But no one told us that if the boy went missing, it would cause such a massive stir. And you were the ones who shoved him onto us. You never asked for our family's opinion, and you haven't even paid a penny in child support. This string of rebuttals left Fudge looking quite embarrassed. He had to raise his hand, pretending to rub his nose, before saying dryly, "Is that so? I'm not very familiar with that matter. It seems Dumbledore was the one who handled it." Dumbledore gave Fudge a slightly reproachful look, then raised his hand to signal for calm. "Let's calm down. I am not questioning your contributions, nor the sacrifices you have made." Mr. Vernon clearly had some fear of Dumbledore. He grunted twice more before finally shutting his mouth. Only then did Dudley seem to have a sudden realization, asking foolishly, "Are you saying all of you people are here to find Harry?" As he spoke, Dudley looked around with a hint of envy in his eyes. Clearly, he was shocked that so many people had come looking for his cousin. Dumbledore looked directly at Petunia and said, "I remember telling you that you must look after the child and never let him out of your sight." Petunia's expression was very poor. "You'll have to ask Harry about that. Just today, he locked Dudley in that wretched cupboard under the stairs. He's just like his father, no manners. I don't know what's happened to him, he seems to have changed a bit." Dumbledore keenly caught Petunia's final description. Changed? In what way? For better or for worse? Hearing this, Petunia shifted her body even more uncomfortably and said irritably, "If you want to talk about changes, perhaps it's that I've always tried to teach him well, but he's become worse, more like." "More like what? Petunia, please be specific," Dumbledore asked patiently. "Just like your kind, and like my disobedient sister who broke off ties with our parents." Petunia finally blurted out in frustration. Hearing this, Dumbledore's sharp gaze softened slightly. At that moment, Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, walked over and stood still before saying, "Minister, Headmaster Dumbledore, if we may, we are prepared to begin erasing the impact of this incident." "Of course, thank you for your hard work." Fudge had remained silent ever since he was lectured by a Muggle earlier. It wasn't until Dumbledore turned to look at him that he finally remembered to fulfill his duties as minister. Hearing this, Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to the Dursleys and asked with an increasingly cold expression, "What about them? Should their memories be wiped as well?" Hearing this, Mr. Vernon immediately hugged his son, who was as fat as a small whale, and shouted nervously, "I won't allow you to do anything to my son's memory." "That may not be up to you, sir. Muggles are not permitted to know anything about the wizarding world," Scrimgeour said indifferently, with a posture bordering on coldness. Hearing this, a small smile appeared on Fudge's face, and he puffed out his chest. He cleared his throat and said with reserve, "They don't need to for now. After all, they are Harry Potter's family, so they can be considered authorized insiders." Only then did Scrimgeour nod and turn to leave, demonstrating the keen professional intuition an excellent subordinate should have. This might be the reason why the rigid man was able to become the head of the Auror office. Petunia and Vernon's expressions were both quite unsightly. In the words of this man calling himself the Minister for Magic, the fact that their most private memories could be preserved was actually a privilege they possessed only because they were Harry Potter's family. How could the always proud Vernon Dursley accept this? Dumbledore remained silent. He knew Fudge said that on purpose to regain the face he had just lost in front of the Muggles. However, Dumbledore also chose to acquiesce. He had already seen everything. Because of this, a faint sense of regret surfaced in Dumbledore's heart. Perhaps over these years, he should have paid more attention to Harry. "Petunia, when I handed that child over to you back then, I never thought you would treat him like this," Dumbledore said sternly to Petunia, his eyes filled with reproach and disappointment. "He is, after all, your sister's only child." Hearing this, Petunia, who had originally wanted to argue back, froze for a moment. Dumbledore shook his head and didn't issue any further warnings. Instead, he looked back at Fudge. "How is the search for the child going?" Fudge blinked and then beckoned towards someone behind him. Soon, a short woman wearing a fashionable pink dress, who looked like a toad, walked over quickly with an exaggeratedly wide smile on her face. "Dear Minister, and Headmaster Dumbledore, Please allow me to report on the current progress of the search for the boy. The woman's tone was so cloying it was almost sickening. She didn't even look at the Dursleys, acting as if they didn't exist. Her feverish gaze was fixed tightly on Fudge, looking as if she were ready to sacrifice herself for a single command from the minister at any time. Dumbledore frowned visibly this time, but his expression soon smoothed out. And who is this? Hearing this, the toad-like woman's exaggerated and fake smile stiffened for a moment. Fudge cleared his throat and introduced her. This is Ms. Dolores Umbridge. She is the newly appointed senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, a highly capable, serious, and responsible lady. Headmaster, I am very pleased to see you and the minister standing together and chatting so pleasantly. It makes me feel as though I've returned to my days at Hogwarts, Umbridge said with a fake smile, speaking flatteringly. Is that so? That's wonderful then, Dumbledore smiled. I didn't realize Hogwarts had such an outstanding student like yourself. Umbridge blinked, and before she could discern whether Dumbledore's words were sincere or sarcastic, Fudge pulled the conversation back on track. Tell me, how is the search going? It's been so long, why hasn't the child been found yet? Umbridge immediately said in a humble tone, Forgive me, Minister. As you know, Harry Potter has not yet officially entered Hogwarts for his studies. Therefore, he has no wand, and there is no trace that can be used to track his whereabouts. Ministry employees have been mobilized and are constantly searching the surrounding area for him. I believe the child couldn't have gone far, and we will hear good news soon. Hearing this, Fudge showed a satisfied smile and raised his hand to pat Umbridge's shoulder encouragingly. You are always so reliable in your work. It is all thanks to your guidance, Minister, Umbridge replied humbly. But Dumbledore paid them no mind. His gaze passed over the two of them, casting a sharp look toward the distant zoo entrance. It was as if he were looking through the walls, searching directly for the whereabouts of the boy who lived. I hope that child hasn't gone too far, Dumbledore murmured. Just as Dumbledore and Fudge turned to leave, Petunia's voice suddenly came from behind them. That child. Dumbledore turned around and looked at Petunia. That child, he will return safely, won't he? Petunia's expression was complex to the extreme, but she asked nonetheless. Even Vernon Dursley beside her did not interrupt, his expression was also somewhat strange. After all, after so many years, even if you raised a dog, you'd eventually have some feelings for it, wouldn't you? Dumbledore blinked and then smiled. Of course, I believe he will. Petunia breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, her complex expression receding. For a moment today, I thought. Thought what? Dumbledore asked curiously. Nothing, perhaps I was overthinking. That child reminded me of Lily, Petunia said, lowering her head. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore said, surprised. He became thoughtful. That might be good news for someone. Jade was in a very bad mood right now. She had dialed the number for Old Dad's antique shop, Uncle Jackie's personal phone, and even the emergency line for District 13 and Chief Black's private number. Not a single person had picked up. This was unscientific. Jade didn't understand why they weren't answering the phone at first. But when she walked to a store in a dejected mood, and saw the time being broadcast on the television inside the shop window, Jade finally understood. She had actually traveled from San Francisco in 1999 to England in 1991. No wonder no one was answering her calls. What worried Jade even more was that even when she dialed her own home's number, it also showed as unanswered. This led to a bold guess in Jade's mind. Could it be that she hadn't just traveled back 9 years, but she wasn't even in the same world? Although this hypothesis was bold, it seemed logical and was the only explanation at hand. But Jade still wasn't quite ready to give up. In any case, she didn't want to go back to that stifling and oppressive home. So Jade made a bold decision. She would continue with her plan. She would set out for London, and there she would find an opportunity to sneak onto a plane and fly back to San Francisco. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether that old dad's antique shop actually existed in San Francisco's Chinatown. So Jade clutched the change in her hand and quickly boarded a bus bound for London. She didn't even pay the fare. She had originally intended to pay, but sneaking onto the bus had gone so smoothly that the driver hadn't even noticed her. So Jade decided to temporarily keep the little money she had left for emergencies. Meanwhile, while a large number of Ministry of Magic wizards were searching high and low near the zoo for the savior of the wizarding world, the boy who lived, Jade was already heading toward London. Arms crossed, leaning against the bus window. Jade watched the scenery flash by outside the window, her expression very determined. Wait for me, Mom, Dad, Uncle Jackie, Old Dad. I will definitely find a way back. Inside the lounge of District 13. That's how it happened. I don't know why, but I just opened my eyes and I was here. I should have been in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, waiting for Aunt Petunia to wake me up to make breakfast for Dudley. Harry lowered his head, his face full of guilt. He recounted everything that had happened, from beginning to end. Opposite him, both Jackie Chan and Uncle's expressions were very heavy. It wasn't just because the real Jade was missing. It was also because of the life this boy named Harry Potter had inadvertently revealed during his narration. An orphan who grew up in his aunt's house and seemingly suffered abuse from their family. This was somewhat unacceptable to Jackie Chan. It's not your fault, yeah. Harry, Jackie Chan said softly after a moment of silence, feeling that the child was likely not lying. You even saved me just now, didn't you? Hearing this, Harry scratched his head hesitantly. He actually wasn't sure if those darts stopping was his doing. However, after Harry finished talking about the strange things that had happened to him in the past, the elder across from him, referred to as uncle, asserted that he was a natural talent for becoming a wizard. So, can you send me back? Maybe that way you can get Jade back. Harry looked up and spoke with a face full of sincerity. Hearing this, Uncle, who had been silent with a deeply furrowed brow, finally spoke up slowly. Child, Uncle's magic tells Uncle that you are speaking from the heart, but have you never thought about not telling us and staying here instead? At this, Harry appeared somewhat hesitant. Of course I thought about it, sir. But I don't think that would be right. At the very least, I think you care a lot about her safety, and I can't be that selfish. Admittedly, Harry was very envious of the life this girl named Jade had here. Having an uncle who doted on her, being able to eat lots of delicious food whenever she wanted, and not having to worry about being scolded or beaten by her cousin. But Harry's heart told him that this wasn't his life, and it didn't belong to him. To have had this day's experience, I think I'm already very satisfied. At least when I go back to Aunt Petunia's house, I'll remember that I was once here. Harry forced a smile as he spoke. Uncle quietly watched Harry with his wise gaze, a hint of admiration showing in his eyes. Even Jackie Chan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gosh, you really are a good kid, Harry. If only Jade were half as sensible and obedient as you. These words made Harry's face flush red. No, 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 please don't say that. Harry actually had his own bad thoughts. For example, Harry would often take advantage of Dudley's slow reaction time to secretly insult him without leaving a trace, then run away. For another example, half the fights with Dudley were started by Harry out of boredom. Of course, Dudley was also partly to blame. But in the eyes of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, every single mistake was Harry's fault. Harry had even blamed his parents before. Why did they have him if they weren't going to take care of him? If they weren't going to look after him, why did they give birth to him in the first place? In short, Harry didn't feel that doing such things made him the good kid Jackie Chan spoke of. All right, child, no need to be so nervous. It's the first time Uncle has seen such a strange occurrence. To be honest, you look no different from Jade just now. Uncle showed a rare smile, comforting Harry. So Uncle needs to go back and properly check those ancient books hidden with wisdom. Harry blinked, a flicker of joy in his heart. So, You're not going to hold me responsible? Harry asked cautiously. Responsible? Child, what responsibility do you have? A trace of surprise flashed in Uncle's eyes behind his glasses. That's right, Harry, you don't need to blame yourself at all for this, because it wasn't something you did on purpose. Jackie Chan also smiled and rubbed Harry's head to soothe him. Hearing this, Harry felt greatly relieved. This was much better than the best outcome he had imagined. Jade was so lucky to have such an uncle and grandfather. Actually, the relationship between Uncle and Jade should be that of a granduncle and a first cousin once removed. But Harry was still young and couldn't understand the meaning of granduncle. Alright, Jackie, let's go quickly. Uncle finished speaking and hurriedly stood up. Uncle, where are we going? Jackie Chan asked, puzzled. Does that even need to be said? Back to Uncle's shop, of course. Or is Uncle supposed to research here? Uncle said, glaring at him. Jackie Chan. Yes, Uncle, then what about Jade? Oh no, what about Harry? Jackie Chan asked again. Let the child stay here for now, Uncle said after a moment of thought, glancing at Harry, who had his ears perked up, eavesdropping. And one more thing, remember to let this child go to school. Until Uncle researches how to swap them back, his studies cannot be neglected. Jackie Chan nodded. Okay, I understand, Uncle. Harry's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. It seemed that not only was he not being scolded, but he could even stay here for a while longer. Even staying for just one more minute made Harry happy. Even the air here smelled sweeter than the air on Privet Drive. But Harry still controlled his emotions. He looked considerately at the two adults. With Jade missing, they must be very anxious. And one more thing, Jackie, don't forget to bring the newly acquired talismanic incantation. Uncle needs to take some time to study it. Uncle was already at the door and was still speaking to Jackie Chan. As for Harry, for some reason, he had naturally mastered Chinese and understood every word Uncle said. Harry remembered that on the balloon, when he took that stone from Uncle Jackie's hand, something inside the stone seemed to have burrowed into his body. Harry felt he should also tell Uncle and Jackie Chan about this. But before Harry could speak, the door to the room slammed shut with a bang. Harry scratched his head. Well then, I'll just save it for next time. Thinking this, Harry's gaze was drawn back to the television on the wall, which was still playing cartoons. This time, Harry didn't hesitate. He jumped back onto the sofa, kicked off his shoes, sat cross-legged, and began watching TV intently. His mood was now completely different from when he first arrived. Outside the door, Jackie Chan and Uncle hadn't actually left immediately. They were observing Harry's movements inside through the window. Seeing Harry hurriedly return to the sofa to watch TV, Jackie Chan gave a knowing smile. He really is just a child. Harry is exactly the same age as Jade, 11 years old, though this boy's birthday hasn't passed yet. Harry had blurted out a lot just now. Besides worrying about being suspected of lying, it was also because no adult had ever been willing to listen to him ramble for so long. Thinking of this, Jackie Chan suddenly said hesitantly, "What's today's date?" Uncle glanced sideways at his nephew. "What? You've already accepted your new niece-nephew." Jackie Chan's face turned red, and he stammered without saying anything. Uncle only said that one thing, then looked back at Jade. No. Harry, in the room, the slight smile on his lips not fading. This child would actually make a good apprentice for Uncle. Uncle, what did you say? Jackie Chan didn't hear clearly. Uncle didn't say anything. By the way, one more thing, don't tell your cousin Shin Shin about Jade for now, so she doesn't get worried. I know, Uncle. And one more thing. Please, Uncle, can't you say everything at once next time? Shut up. When you interrupt Uncle, Uncle can't remember what he was going to say. The Mafia headquarters building. On the top floor, inside a magnificently decorated office. Boss, we're back. The four bumbling henchmen, supporting each other, walked timidly into the luxurious office. They didn't know when it started, but Boss Valmont, who used to be so good to them, had become increasingly irritable and distant. And this office, which held so many good memories. Every time they entered, they felt more afraid, more cautious. Was it they who had changed, or was it Valmont? Hearing the voices behind him, Valmont, who had his hand to his forehead, let out a deep sigh before turning around to look at his four useless subordinates. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. These four useless fools. Seeing their cowering behavior, Valmont's temper flared. They couldn't even handle a mere archaeologist, a little girl, and a female thief. And they actually dared to come back to see him. If Valmont hadn't considered the fact that the four of them had followed him for many years, he would have kicked them out long ago. You four pieces of trash actually lost to a mere archaeologist. You've messed everything up once again and failed my trust. Valmont roared, his voice echoing in the spacious office as his cane slammed heavily onto the expensive carpet. The four of them shrunk their necks in unison, terrified. Boss, it really wasn't our fault this time. Finn said aggrievedly. That's right, you can't blame us. Rasu nodded in agreement. We found the talismanic incantation, it was boss you, I mean, that statue's subordinates who messed it up. Right, true. Chow adjusted his gold-rimmed sunglasses, originally wanting to push the responsibility back onto Valmont, but seeing Valmont's eyes about to spit fire, he swallowed his words. He had no choice but to shift the target, pointing his finger at the giant coiled dragon sculpture behind Valmont. Standing at the back, True, who looked like a small giant, also nodded subconsciously. Valmont was waiting for exactly those words. Holy Lord, this failure is your responsibility. Valmont turned smoothly and spoke to the sculpture behind him. The crimson eyes of the massive coiled dragon sculpture flickered slightly, followed by a moment of deathly silence. Just as Valmont was starting to feel a bit guilty, a raspy voice emerged from within the statue. Fine, Valmont. This time it truly had nothing to do with your men. Valmont breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, so you can't withhold my treasure just because we didn't get the talismanic incantation this time. Holy Lord statue. However, that does not mean you are without responsibility. Your men couldn't even deal with an archaeologist, a little girl, and a female thief. Truly useless. Holy Lord was questioning his life choices. Why had he chosen this group of losers from the Valmont family to help him collect the talismanic incantations in the first place? If he had chosen the Jackie Chan family back then, would he have been resurrected 400 years ago? But that didn't stop Holy Lord from kicking the ball back. Valmont was dumbfounded. Those were all his lines. Valmont's face darkened as he narrowed his eyes and said, Holy Lord, what do you mean by that? Or are you planning to stop cooperating? If Holy Lord could move his body, the first person he would slap to death would be Valmont. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that right now. I'm not saying the responsibility is yours, the true responsibility lies with that little girl next to Jackie Chan. Holy Lord said slowly. Through the reports of the ninja soldiers, Holy Lord had learned the whole story. The talismanic incantation that the ninja soldiers had finally gotten their hands on had suddenly flown away, which made Holy Lord sense something was wrong. Valmont was greatly surprised. Good for you, Holy Lord, your skin is even thicker than mine. Wow, Holy Lord, you're really shameless, actually pushing the blame onto a child, Finn said in surprise. The other three losers also nodded in agreement. Even they wouldn't do something so brazenly shameless. Holy Lord was at the end of his patience. The next second, a burst of flame erupted from Holy Lord's mouth. Boom. Fortunately, Valmont and the four men reacted in time and successfully dodged. Whoa, it can actually breathe fire. Finn exclaimed. Rasu scratched his head and asked, how did it spit out fire? That little girl has magic in her. Holy Lord roared. She is a natural-born mage, which is why she could resist the Shadowkan's attack. Valmont, you must find a way to capture her. If you fail to get the next talismanic incantation, you won't get a single silver coin of my treasure. Valmont stood up, looking disheveled. He felt like throwing this statue directly into the sea, but the treasure the other party mentioned made Valmont swallow his pride. He turned and looked fiercely at his four subordinates. You four heard that? Bring that little girl back to me. If you can't even handle this small matter, don't bother coming back. The group of four losers looked at each other and said in unison, yes, boss. The atmosphere eased slightly at this point. Valmont also let the matter go, but when he walked behind his desk to pour himself a glass of water, he found his four subordinates still standing there motionless. What are you all still standing there for? Valmont asked in confusion. Rasu said somewhat awkwardly, boss, before we move out, can we go downstairs and buy something to eat? That's right, we're all hungry. Finn added. I want a corned beef sandwich plus a large cheese hot dog, Chow said, already starting to drool. Valmont. He wanted to get angry, but ultimately suppressed his temper and waved his cane. Enough, go if you want, but remember to bring that little girl back to me. No problem. Long live the boss. The lounge of District 13. For the first time, Harry had fallen asleep watching television. Although Harry tried very hard to stay awake and watch a bit more, he couldn't resist the drowsiness. As he drifted off, Harry felt as if he were being picked up. That warm feeling was exactly like the one in his dreams. Harry struggled to open his eyes to see who it was, to see if it was his mom and dad. Instead, he saw a face that was familiar yet somewhat strange. Uncle Jackie. Jackie Chan had just returned from old dad's antique shop and tiptoed into the lounge, only to find Harry curled up on the sofa, asleep. So Jackie Chan chose not to wake Harry, but prepared to carry the child back to his room so he could get a good night's sleep. But looking at it now, the child had been startled awake. It's me, Harry. If you're tired, go back to sleep, Jackie Chan said kindly. Harry felt a bit embarrassed and quickly got down. I can walk by myself, I'm actually not that tired. Seeing Harry's persistence, Jackie Chan didn't force it. All right Harry, you really don't need to be so nervous, I'm not a bad person. Harry nodded silently. Since arriving here, the people he had met were not bad people, except for those ninjas, of course. Those ninjas, are they bad people? Harry asked suddenly. Jackie Chan paused, then nodded. That's right, those ninjas are puppets controlled by villains. You must be careful of them, and don't be as mischievous as Jade. Harry nodded, only half understanding, but he thought to himself, just how mischievous is this Jade that everyone around says that about her? It would be nice if I had a chance to meet her. By the way, when can I go back? Harry asked after thinking for a moment. Jackie Chan took Harry's hand and walked out, answering, well, actually, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Harry said immediately. You said you live at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England, right? Jackie Chan scratched his head in confusion. But Chief Black doesn't seem to have found that street. Harry didn't quite understand. Why is that? So you're sure the address isn't wrong, right? Jackie Chan said. Harry immediately nodded. I didn't remember it wrong, and I'm not lying. Jackie Chan immediately soothed Harry's emotions. I'm not doubting you, I just find it very strange. Also, old dad hasn't found the reason why you ended up in Jade's body yet. It might take some more time. Challenge. Harry followed Jackie Chan to Jade's room in District 13. They chatted a lot along the way. For the first time, Harry discovered that not all adults were difficult to communicate with, at least Uncle Jackie was different. He was happy to listen to Harry's words and provide answers and advice. This left Harry wanting more even as they reached the room. If only my aunt and uncle were like you, Uncle Jackie, Harry sighed. But they don't seem to like me. At this point, Harry's mood became a bit downcast. Actually, he had never understood what he had done wrong or why the Dursleys hated him so much. While Harry could accept it before, now that he had experienced the relationship between Jade and her uncle, Jackie Chan, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and insecurity. Hearing Harry say this, Jackie Chan's expression became slightly more serious. He knelt down and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Listen to me, child. You are a sensible, brave, and honest boy. Don't blame yourself just because of what some people say. You've done well enough. I think if your parents are watching from heaven, they would definitely be proud to have a son like you. Jackie Chan's words were not entirely for comfort. The fact that Harry could bravely admit his identity and even help when the ninjas of the Shadow Khan were trying to steal the talismanic incantation already proved he was a good boy. Hearing Jackie Chan's comfort, Harry's original dejection improved significantly. Thank you, Uncle Jackie. Jackie Chan nodded. You're welcome. You can treat me as your uncle too, just like Jade does. Hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up. Can I really? Of course. Jackie Chan smiled. I would be very happy to have a nephew like you. Alright, you can go back to the room and take a nap. I'll come call you for dinner later. If you need anything, you can find me, I'm right next door. A smile appeared on Harry's face as he nodded. After Jackie Chan left, Harry turned and pushed open the door to Jade's room. Upon seeing the spacious room before him, Harry's eyes brightened. This was much larger and more comfortable than the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys' house. There was a separate bed, a separate wardrobe, a separate desk, posters of Boy Scouts and movie stars on the walls, and even a dartboard hanging there. Aside from the style leaning a bit toward young girls, everything else was perfect. Harry hadn't expected that he would have a room of his own in the true sense under these circumstances. Of course, it couldn't be said to belong to him, it was Jade's room. However, until Uncle found a way to send him back and bring Jade back, it effectively belonged to Harry. Curious, Harry walked into the room. He went to the desk and took a look. There were several textbooks and notebooks on it. Although Harry would need to go to school here too, he didn't resist the idea. As he'd thought before, as long as he wasn't staying at the Dursleys, he could be anywhere. However, as Harry's gaze swept past the textbooks, he saw a calendar sitting on the corner of the desk. Harry suddenly froze. Because he clearly saw that the date on the calendar was May 25, 1999, and the date was also marked with the word, Carnival. But Harry remembered that before he woke up, it was clearly June 22, 1991, the day before Dudley's birthday. What's going on? How is this possible? Harry muttered to himself, feeling quite confused. Could it be that he had slept for 8 years? Regardless, Harry felt he should tell Uncle Jackie. Thinking of this, Harry hurried out of the room, ran next door, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was quickly opened, and Jackie Chan poked his head out. When he saw Jade standing at the door, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Harry, why are you here? I have something I want to tell you, Harry said quickly. Hearing this, Jackie Chan said without hesitation, all right then, come in and tell me. After speaking, Jackie Chan stepped aside to make a path. As Harry walked in, he found that this room seemed even larger and more spacious. In the center of the room stood a strange wooden frame, and there were things like sandbags nearby. Noticing Harry's curious gaze, Jackie Chan smiled and said, these are the equipment I usually use for training. Jade also often uses them to exercise with me and learn Kung Fu, which is Chinese martial arts. Harry nodded. Remembering the skills Jackie Chan had displayed on that giant moose balloon, a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. If he could have that kind of ability, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by Dudley. At least when fighting Dudley, he could give as good as he got. Harry suddenly thought of something. He looked up at Jackie Chan, his expression hesitant and nervous. Could I please learn Kung Fu together with you, Uncle Jackie? Jackie Chan blinked. Of course you can, if you want to learn, but I have to tell you in advance, learning Kung Fu is not an easy thing. It requires persistent effort and perseverance to make progress. Harry hadn't expected Jackie Chan to agree so readily, and his eyes lit up. Of course, I will persevere. Having seen how powerful Jackie Chan was, Harry naturally lacked no motivation. Jackie Chan smiled and said nothing more, instead asking, you said you had something to tell me. What is it? Harry then remembered the main issue and hurriedly said, "It's the time. When I came, it was 91, and now it's already 99. Jackie Chan hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he heard Harry say these words, he was instantly stunned. He waited until Harry finished everything in one breath. Jackie Chan's face became very solemn. "What you said is very important, Harry. It seems I need to give Uncle another call." Little whinging, Surrey. The Ministry of Magic had miscalculated this time. They did not find Harry Potter as quickly as they had expected. Even though a large number of Ministry employees had searched the surrounding area back and forth several times, they still found no trace of Harry. People in the Ministry were buzzing with discussion. Some said he was indeed the savior, the boy who lived, to be able to vanish right under so many people's noses. Others wondered if Harry Potter had been snatched away by someone. Otherwise, how could so many people fail to find one child? This situation continued until Arthur Weasley happened to strike up a conversation with a Muggle shop owner, which finally led to a breakthrough. After hearing Arthur Weasley's description, the Muggle shop owner immediately said with certainty, "I saw that boy get on a bus heading toward London." Arthur Weasley confirmed it several times before immediately reporting this discovery to his superior, who then relayed it to the minister. As one could imagine, when they learned that Harry Potter had left long ago, everyone was dumbfounded. Now, the entire Ministry of Magic's afternoon search operation had become a colossal joke. The most embarrassing part was that more than one Auror had passed by this shop. But without exception, the wizards preferred to trust in magic and themselves. Not a single person had thought to ask a Muggle for help with the situation. This was practically a slap in the face for the Ministry of Magic and for Fudge. The minister's instructions were also quickly passed down. It was very simple. He demanded that everyone set out immediately for London to find the boy and bring him back before that bus arrived. No matter what means were used, Fudge only wanted Harry Potter. Downtown London. The sky was gloomy, looking as if it might rain at any moment. Jade took a nap on the bus. She slept for about 2 hours, and by the time she woke up, the scenery outside the window had changed from rural charm to a bustling city. This was also Jade's first time in London. She looked around excitedly. Later, Jade would need to transfer to another form of transportation to head to the nearby international airport. However, she hadn't decided exactly how she would get there yet, so she planned to find a map of London after getting off the bus before making a decision. But while Jade was admiring the scenery of London, which was different from San Francisco, several passers-by wearing strange clothes suddenly appeared in her line of sight. If Jade wasn't mistaken, they were actually wearing very ancient robes, all sorts of robes. These people seemed to be looking for something, staring intently at every passing vehicle. What bothered Jade the most was that while a group of people in strange attire had appeared on the street, none of the normal passers-by seemed to care, or even turned their heads to look at them. This is so strange. Is London even more open and inclusive than New York? Jade whispered to herself. She really wanted to know who these people were and what they were looking for. Could they be looking for her? The thought suddenly popped into Jade's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Even if the Dursleys had actually called the police, it was impossible for the police to find this place so quickly. Besides, Jade felt that these people didn't look like police officers. Whatever, it's none of her business, Jade thought. The most important thing right now was to go home. So Jade withdrew her gaze, sat up straight again, and waited for the moment to get off. She still had a long way to go. But just as Jade turned her head, on the wide road, Arthur Weasley, who had just hurried over via apparition, happened to notice the bus Jade was on and caught a glimpse of the thin youth's profile. It's him. Yes, it's definitely him. Arthur Weasley froze for a moment, then shouted in excitement. His colleague beside him turned his head curiously upon hearing this. What did you find? Could it be that boy? Arthur Weasley nodded excitedly. Yes, it's Harry Potter. I saw him, he's on that bus that just drove past. Hearing Arthur's words, his colleague beside him couldn't help but get excited too. Really? Merlin's beard, if it's really him, Arthur, this will be your second great achievement. You might even get a promotion. Arthur Weasley smiled gently and didn't say anything, but instead walked quickly toward the bus that had its turn signal on and seemed about to stop. There was no desire for promotion or a raise in his eyes. On the contrary, Arthur Weasley just wanted to get a good look at the boy, to shake Harry Potter's hand, and to express his gratitude and respect. Seeing Arthur and his colleagues start running, several employees from other departments of the Ministry of Magic across the street also began running toward them. Whether they had discovered anything or not, if they had, they could get a piece of the pie. No, provide timely support, right? Although no one would think that Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, would be a threat to them. After the bus came to a steady stop, the passengers got off one after another. Arthur Weasley, however, was in no hurry to board. Instead, he stopped the people who had followed him. Don't just rush up in such a mess. Harry Potter isn't a criminal. We should wait for him to come down himself, or invite him down. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with Arthur Weasley's suggestion. It made sense. If before today's events, some of them still had doubts about the strength of the so-called boy who lived, the savior Harry Potter. Thinking he was just lucky to have escaped the Dark Lord's killing curse, and as for the rebound, it might have been a coincidence. In short, people were still somewhat skeptical about how an infant in swaddling clothes could defeat the powerful Dark Lord. But now, most of the Ministry of Magic employees involved in the search for Harry likely had a change of heart about this boy who hadn't even started at Hogwarts yet. Being able to easily make the glass of an entire zoo disappear and play a group of adults like fools. Most importantly, the Ministry employees had also found faint traces of a Muggle confundo near the bus stop. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that this was something a child who hadn't even entered school could do? So, Harry Potter was undoubtedly a genius. The title of savior was absolutely well deserved. Standing in front of the bus, the many wizards all had expressions of excitement on their faces. Some even began straightening their robes, as if they were about to embark on a pilgrimage. Then who should we send up to invite the child? I mean, Lord Harry James Potter, down. Someone suddenly asked. Everyone looked at each other, all eager to go up and meet Harry Potter for the first time. I think we should let Arthur go up. He was the first to find Harry, wasn't he? At the crucial moment, Arthur Weasley's colleague gave him another hand. Hearing this, after some hesitation, everyone expressed their agreement. That's right, Arthur. You should be the one to go up and bring Harry down. Go on, Arthur. We're still waiting to see him. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Arthur Weasley felt a bit excited. He tried his best to calm his emotions before nodding. He stood before the steps of the bus, took a deep breath, and then walked up solemnly. The others also stood in a line with smiles on their faces, waiting. At least everyone was happy for now. But soon, in less than a minute, everything changed. Arthur Weasley, who had boarded earlier, hurried back to the door, an indescribable, strange expression on his face. What happened, Arthur? Someone asked. But then, everyone knew the answer, an answer that shocked and surprised them all. He's gone, Arthur Weasley said with mixed emotions. Who did you say is gone? Many of the wizards were a bit dazed. Harry Potter. He disappeared from the bus. Arthur Weasley said loudly. He vanished right from under our noses. This answer silenced everyone, but then a fierce commotion broke out. How is that possible? I didn't see anyone climbing out the window. Could you have been mistaken? Mr. Weasley, are you sure? Arthur Weasley immediately said, Of course I'm sure. I saw Harry Potter on this bus with my own eyes. But you've never met him, how can you be sure it was him? Someone immediately retorted. Arthur Weasley produced evidence. We've all seen his photo, haven't we? Besides, did any of you see a thin boy get off the bus? This question stumped everyone. They looked at each other. Finally, Someone said in disbelief, "My God, that miraculous boy actually slipped away right under the noses of so many of us." It seems so. Arthur Weasley said helplessly, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. It seems our Lord Savior is a bit mischievous. Jade was, of course, on that bus. However, before the bus had even come to a full stop, she had noticed the group of weirdos chasing from behind. She quickly judged that they were very likely coming for her. Thus, Jade immediately began looking for a way to escape. To be honest, this wasn't easy to achieve. Even Jade wasn't omnipotent, she couldn't just vanish into thin air in front of a large crowd. Wait, hold on, could she really not? Just as Arthur Weasley stopped everyone to discuss who should go up and ask Harry Potter to step off the bus, Jade was astonished to find that her body, including her clothes, was slowly vanishing into thin air. It's the snake talisman. The clever Jade immediately thought of the new talismanic incantation she had been protecting with Uncle Jackie before she came here, the snake talisman. Its power was to grant invisibility. Although Jade didn't understand why she could turn invisible even when the snake talisman wasn't in her hands, her current predicament was solved instantly. And so, Jade followed behind the other passengers and slipped off the bus. At that moment, the group of wizards from the Ministry of Magic was still discussing who should go up to receive the Honorable Harry Potter. However, Jade also overheard parts of their conversation. What was certain was that they were looking for her, yet not for her, but for the original owner of this body, that boy named Harry Potter. Furthermore, this group of strange people seemed to hold a lot of respect for the boy. Jade had briefly considered whether they could help her, but she quickly dismissed the idea of revealing herself. As for the reason, it was also because Jade had just experienced a betrayal before arriving here. Viper, the woman she once thought highly of and hoped could become her Aunt Long, had deceived her once. She had taken a pink diamond from Jade's hands but hadn't returned the snake talisman to her. This taught Jade that there are bad people even among adults, and they would lie to children too. So, having learned her lesson, Jade didn't plan to trust anyone except Uncle Jackie and Old Dad until she found them. However, the appearance of this group made Jade realize that someone might be trying to find her or take her back, so she had to speed up. No matter what, she had to go back to San Francisco to see for herself if Old Dad's antique shop was still there. It seemed as if the heavens were helping Jade. Just as she was looking everywhere for a vehicle to the airport, a taxi happened to pass by her and stopped a short distance ahead when a man carrying a suitcase walked out of a hotel and waved it down. "Where to, sir?" "To the airport, I'm in a hurry." Hearing this, Jade's eyes lit up. She quickly ran over and quietly sat in the passenger seat while the driver got out to help the passenger with his luggage. By the time the driver returned after loading the luggage and the passenger had settled into the back seat, the taxi set off again for the airport. Jade turned her head to look out the window and happened to see that group of weirdos starting to look around everywhere again. A sly smile appeared on Jade's face as she waved silently at them. "Goodbye, weirdos." She was going home. Across the road, Arthur Weasley scratched his head in frustration. He never expected that finding a young boy who hadn't even started school yet would be so difficult. This was even harder to handle than any of the children in his own family. Arthur Weasley had originally thought that the little monkeys in his house were the most troublesome children in the world. Now it seemed he was wrong again. He had overestimated himself and underestimated the Savior. "I bet the minister will ultimately have to ask Dumbledore to step in to find that child," Arthur's colleague leaned in and whispered. Just then, a yellow taxi happened to pass in front of them, and both of them looked inside the vehicle. However, they only saw the figures of the driver and a middle-aged man. Arthur thought to himself that even if Harry Potter was far more capable than his peers, it was unlikely he could brew Polyjuice potion with his bare hands. So, neither Arthur Weasley nor his old colleague suspected anything. It seems so. "I hope the minister won't dock everyone's pay," Arthur said with a bitter smile. "That child is truly a legend." The old colleague sighed. Then, changing the subject, He pointed at the departing taxi and asked, "Why is that car shaped like that?" "Do you know, Arthur?" "Oh, that car is a night bus invented by Muggles, capable of taking Muggle passengers to their destinations." Arthur followed the yellow body of the taxi with his gaze until it disappeared around a corner, then replied thoughtfully, "If possible, I'd actually really like to experience it." Outside the international airport, at the passenger drop-off lane. People were coming and going. Most were families preparing to go on vacation during the summer break, though there were also hurried white-collar workers on business trips. Just as everything seemed normal, a sharp, explosive shout suddenly erupted from a taxi that had stopped to unload a passenger. Quite a few people were startled, instinctively quickening their pace for a few steps before turning back curiously to look at the taxi. When did you get in here?" Inside the taxi, the driver looked in terror at the young boy who had suddenly appeared in the passenger seat beside him, his whole body visibly shaken as he stammered out the question. The passenger seat had clearly been empty just a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye, a person had suddenly appeared. If he had a weak heart, he probably would have fainted on the spot. Jade was also startled, though it was by the driver's sharp, explosive shout. She had been dozing for a bit and was jolted awake. Only then did Jade realize her invisibility seemed to have worn off. Seeing the driver's face pale with fright, Jade first politely said she was sorry, then quickly pushed open the car door and jumped out. "Sorry. When I get the chance, I'll have Uncle Jackie come pay the fare for me." Having said that, Jade ignored the curious looks from around her and dashed toward the terminal. Only the shaken driver and the passenger remained in the taxi, staring at each other. Just now, a person suddenly appeared, right? The driver swallowed hard, seeking confirmation from the passenger. The passenger said nothing, tremblingly pulled out a bill, threw it at the driver, and got out of the car without looking back. He didn't even take his suitcase. And after hesitating for a second, the driver also immediately pushed open his door and jumped out, as if staying a second longer would mean being eaten by a hidden devil in the car. Indeed, in the driver's view, he had absolutely encountered a devil, but he wasn't a priest, so why would a devil appear in that form? He didn't dare drive this car anymore. The driver wavered between calling the church and calling the police, ultimately choosing to call the latter first. Mainly because that passenger's suitcase was still in his car, and he was a professional driver, after all. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Hogwarts. Why does Jade control Harry? Part 2. After jumping out of the taxi, Jade dashed into the airport terminal in a flash. Although she didn't quite understand why her invisibility had suddenly vanished, which might cause a bit of trouble for her plan to sneak onto a plane. Jade wasn't too worried. Even without invisibility, she had other tricks up her sleeve. Jade had confidence in her current body. She had a premonition that less than a tenth of this body's potential had been developed. She really couldn't understand why this boy had let his cousin bully him before and endured such treatment at his aunt's house. At the very least, Jade couldn't stand it for a second. But just as Jade looked around, pondering her next move, a figure that stood out exceptionally in the crowd, like a crane among chickens, caught Jade's attention. My God, his beard is so long, and he's so tall. Jade stopped in her tracks, marveling inwardly. It was an elderly man wearing a small silver hat and a bright, ornate silver-threaded robe adorned with star and moon patterns, with a thick, silvery white beard that reached almost to his waist. He stood motionless amidst the bustling crowd, yet he caught Jade's attention instantly. Especially the deep eyes behind the half-moon spectacles on his face, they reminded Jade of Uncle immediately. Those were eyes full of wisdom. Such an elderly man standing there should have been the center of attention. But surprisingly, the hurried pedestrians passing by this thin, tall old man didn't stop or even give him a second glance. It was as if they couldn't see him at all. Jade immediately realized something was wrong. Most importantly, the strange robe the old man was wearing was identical, or at least similar, to the ones worn by the group waiting for her at the bus station. He was here for her. Jade thought to herself and immediately made the right choice. She turned and walked away, intending to avoid the old man. Jade wasn't worried about being discovered. In a terminal with a constant stream of pedestrians, who would notice an unremarkable, small boy? But when Jade had run almost to the other side of the hall, and just as she stopped to scan the surroundings for any more strange characters dressed differently from normal people, a scene appeared that left Jade bewildered, even shocked. The old man who had just been standing motionless near the entrance was now sitting leisurely on a bench intended for resting, right in front of her, with his legs crossed. How on earth did he get here? Jade blinked, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. She quietly backed away step by step, wanting to avoid this mysterious old man again. But before Jade could retreat very far, the silver-haired old man, who sat there relaxed with his legs crossed, fingers lightly tapping his knee while looking into the distance, happened to turn his head and calmly looked in Jade's direction. Jade could easily see a hint of a smile in the old man's bright blue eyes. He seemed to recognize her and looked as if he had been waiting for her at that bench all along. Sure enough, the silver-haired elder raised his hand and waved at Jade. Darn, I'm caught. Jade muttered with a long face. She hesitated for less than a second between running away and obediently going over, then decided to go check it out. Because Jade felt that this old man, who was extremely similar to Uncle in some ways, might possess the power to perform magic just like Uncle did. And she didn't find the old man before her repulsive. Seeing the thin boy walking toward him, Dumbledore wore a gentle smile. Harry Potter, my child, could you tell me where you're planning to go? Approaching, Jade heard these words and raised an eyebrow in surprise, tilting her head curiously. So, you know me. Hearing this, Dumbledore smiled and said meaningfully, of course, Harry. You are more famous than you imagine. At this, Jade pouted like a deflated balloon, slumped her head, walked to the silver-haired elder's side, and plopped down on the bench. I should have guessed. So those people in black robes were also looking for me. Indeed, Harry. You are much more clever than everyone imagined. The smile on Dumbledore's face grew a bit warmer. We were just a hair's breadth away from truly losing track of you. Jade's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. A hair's breadth. Does that mean you've been following right behind me all along? At this, Dumbledore finally let out a laugh. Not an old, croaky laugh, but a giggle like a child's. Jade crossed her arms, somewhat dissatisfied. I don't see what's so funny. No, Harry, I'm not laughing at you. Dumbledore was almost out of breath from laughing. He barely managed to stop before giving Jade a playful wink. I bet Fudge and his colleagues are still frantically searching for your trail in every district of London. So, you're not with those people. Jade immediately caught the loophole in the old man's words. Not entirely. A trace of gratification appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. To be precise, I am a professor. You may call me Professor Dumbledore. So you're a teacher. My God, are teachers in England that dedicated? Do you still have to teach at your age? Jade marveled. Dumbledore maintained a silent smile. On the contrary, Jade's mood brightened considerably after learning that the old man who found her wasn't with the guys in black robes. At least she had gotten rid of one of the groups, hadn't she? So, are you going to drag me back to school now? Jade asked again. It's not time for school to start yet. Besides, Harry, you haven't actually entered Hogwarts. Oh, right, there's something I'd like to give you in person. It should clear up some of your confusion. As Dumbledore spoke, he began searching inside his shiny silver robe. Under Jade's curious gaze, he pulled out a yellowish letter with an intact wax seal from his pocket and handed it to her. What's this? Jade took the letter and flipped it over once. The envelope had elegant patterns outlined in ink, a shield in the center, with a lion, an eagle, a crown, and a snake surrounding it. She noticed the envelope was written in emerald green ink. London, Heathrow International Airport Terminal. On the first bench on the left. To Mr. Harry Potter. When Jade saw this line of words, her small mouth couldn't help but hang open slightly. She felt her head itching, she couldn't help but want to reach up and scratch it. Too many questions were flooding her mind, making it feel a bit congested. The foremost question was, how did they know she would come here? Seeing the confused look in the emerald eyes of the thin boy sitting beside him, Dumbledore said considerately. Open it and take a look. Your parents, Harry, they also received this letter from Hogwarts back then. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After seeing this letter, many of the doubts in Jade's heart were finally answered. But at the same time, even more questions popped up in her mind. It turned out that what this boy named Harry had wasn't some special superpower, but magic. So just like Uncle, he's a wizard. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Jade saw the signature at the beginning of the envelope. So, you're the headmaster of a magic school. Jade's emerald green eyes widened as she looked at Dumbledore sitting beside her. This sounded much more impressive than Uncle. Indeed, though I prefer to be called Professor rather than Headmaster, Dumbledore said gently. Cool. So you're here to take me to school, not to drag me back. Jade exclaimed, then followed up with eager questions. Do you mean your aunt's house? Though it may sound abrupt, they do care about you, especially your Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before answering. At this, Jade reacted strongly. Care about me? You mean making me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs and wear my cousin's hand-me-downs, is that it? Setting aside everything else for a moment. On this point alone, Jade felt she couldn't agree with the headmaster before her. In Jade's view, this boy named Harry Potter was definitely being mistreated at his aunt's house. Just looking at his cousin's obese frame and then his own scrawny appearance, one could tell how miserable Harry's life was. I am absolutely not going back there. Jade finally said, crossing her arms in anger. Dumbledore looked with some surprise at the child he had personally handed over to Petunia. He now understood what Petunia meant when she said Harry had changed. However, in Dumbledore's view, this change was entirely for the better. I apologize for what I just said, Harry, Dumbledore said solemnly, immediately shifting his tone. I fully respect your wishes. If you would like to stay elsewhere, such as Diagon Alley, to spend the time before the term begins, that is perfectly fine. Hearing this, Jade felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she wasn't Harry. Although she didn't know why she had woken up in this boy's body, she firmly believed that Uncle and Uncle Jackie would definitely find a way to bring her back. So, it seemed she shouldn't be so hasty in making choices for the boy. Of course, Jade reached a consensus with Harry to some extent. As long as she didn't have to stay at Aunt Petunia's, she would go anywhere. But I don't have any money for school, Jade said after a moment's thought. Jade didn't have a single cent on her now. She had just left her last bit of spare change in that taxi. I don't think you need to worry about that, Harry. Your parents left you a sum of money that is quite sufficient for your future studies and living expenses, Dumbledore said, patting his robes as he stood up. Then, Dumbledore took several things that looked like frozen little mice from his pocket, wrapped in candy wrappers, and handed them to Jade. What are these? Jade didn't show any disgust. Instead, she observed them curiously while asking. Ice mice, a type of candy that feels cool and squeaks in your mouth. Would you like to try one? Dumbledore asked with a smile. And before he could even finish, Jade realized they were edible and quickly took them. Although eating mice sounded gross, these little things looked quite cute, and Jade didn't mind trying one. After a whole afternoon of chaos, she was hungry enough to eat a cow. Thanks. They actually taste pretty good. Jade tore open the wrapper, held the ice mouse by its straight tail, and gave it a tentative lick. Feeling the icy coolness and rich, milky sweetness, her eyes lit up. She popped it straight into her mouth and spoke indistinctly to Dumbledore. A gratified smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. He seemed pleased that his taste had been validated. If you like them, you can find many more varieties and flavors of candy in Diagon Alley, but it's best not to eat too many, Dumbledore advised. Now, it's time for us to depart. Dumbledore pulled out a pocket watch, checked it, and gestured for Jade to take his outstretched arm. There will be some dizziness and a feeling of weightlessness in a moment. I hope you won't be afraid. Jade didn't hesitate and placed her hand on Dumbledore's arm. It seemed she needed to revise her plans. Jade was very interested in the magic school mentioned in the letter and really wanted to see it. So, maybe Uncle and Uncle Jackie would come looking for her, and it wouldn't be too late to go back then. Jade thought to herself. In the very next second, she understood why Dumbledore had specifically emphasized not being afraid. Jade felt her surroundings suddenly turn pitch black. She could clearly feel her body being squeezed, as if she were being stuffed into a narrow tin can. She couldn't breathe at all, and her chest felt as if it were being tightly constricted. Ah! Jade couldn't help but let out a scream. The sensation didn't last long. In the next second, it was as if she had been poured out of the can. Her toes finally touched the ground, and light returned to her vision. Phew! Jade panted, having no time to look around. Dumbledore raised a hand and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's all right, Harry. We've arrived. But for the first time, something unexpected happened to Dumbledore. When the thin boy looked up, his face didn't show discomfort or fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of excitement on his face as he turned to the surprised Dumbledore and said, "That felt great. Can I do it again?" Dumbledore. His expression was one of surprise, but Dumbledore quickly composed himself, blinked, and said, "Well, once you've learned apparition, you can try it yourself. For now, we must go see the minister. You don't need to say anything, Harry, I'll do the talking." Jade nodded. She had already realized that she was no longer in the airport terminal from before. She was standing on a somewhat dingy street corner, in front of an even more dilapidated pub. The name written on the crooked sign above was so weathered and stained that it was hard to read. Jade could only barely make out the words, "Leaky Cauldron." All right then. Jade thought to herself before walking into the pub. Let's see what other surprises England has in store for her. Harry told Jackie Chan everything he had discovered. It was clear that Jackie Chan took Harry's findings very seriously. I think I should tell Uncle about this immediately. I'm heading back to the shop right now. As for Jade, sorry, I mean Harry. Jackie Chan scratched his head sheepishly and smiled at Harry. Please go back to your room and rest. Thank you for telling me this news. Jackie Chan had called Harry by the wrong name again. It was hard not to when he looked down and saw his niece's face. It's okay, Uncle Jackie. Harry smiled back, showing he didn't mind such a small thing. Harry didn't feel any resentment either. The unfair treatment and discrimination he had experienced at his aunt's house were far worse than a trivial matter like being called by the wrong name. Harry, you really are a sensible and obedient boy, Jackie Chan sighed with genuine emotion. Harry watched Jackie Chan's back as he hurriedly grabbed his coat, pushed open the door, and left, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He had done everything he could. Now it was up to that uncle to see if he could send him back and find the girl named Jade. Creak. Harry didn't stay in the room for long and pushed the door open to leave as well. Although he was quite curious about the purpose of the rack filled with sticks of various lengths, Harry was a person who knew his boundaries. When he returned to Jade's room, Harry still didn't feel sleepy. He hesitated for a moment, thinking he should explore this room first. This shouldn't be considered impolite, right? After all, he didn't know how long he would be staying here. The excitement of having a private bedroom of his own for the first time lingered in Harry's heart, making him feel exceptionally thrilled. Although this room wasn't very large and didn't have as many messy toys as Dudley's room, like Dudley's video game consoles, Harry was already very satisfied. At least Dudley couldn't get into this spacious and huge secret base, nor did he know an uncle as amazing as Jackie Chan. Harry was determined to learn Kung Fu from Jackie Chan, even if it was just a few moves. If Dudley bullied him again after he went back, Harry wouldn't be afraid. Of course, Harry had never been afraid. Harry thought to himself. He walked to the desk and peered over. Jade's unfinished homework was still laid out on it. He hadn't expected that even after turning into another person, he still couldn't escape the fate of going to school and doing homework. Harry remembered that when Uncle left, he told Jackie Chan to send him to school. To be honest, his grades at school weren't particularly good, but they weren't as bad as Dudley's. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in studying. In fact, Harry was a very studious child and listened carefully to the teachers in class. But the problem was, no matter how excellent a student was, it would be hard to study seriously under the constant teasing of a cousin while living in a cramped, crowded cupboard under the stairs. As for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, their attitude toward this was also very clear. Their plan for Harry's future was to send him to a vocational school to learn how to repair cars or appliances, and then become a blue-collar worker. At least he could support himself. As for their precious son, he naturally had a much easier and more decent bright future. So Harry's grades didn't matter. His mind wandered aimlessly. Harry temporarily set aside the issue of studying and tried sitting in the chair, feeling the breadth and comfort of this desk that belonged solely to him. This desk is really wonderful. Harry marveled at it. He reached out and picked up some books on the table to flip through casually. Many of them were magazines and weeklies. Harry's attention was caught by a comic book titled Super Moose. After opening the first page, he became instantly and uncontrollably immersed in it. The room then fell silent, with only the occasional sound of pages turning. Rustle. He didn't know how much time had passed. Harry reached the last page and saw Super Moose being knocked down by the villain, but then miraculously and tenaciously standing up to finally defeat the evil villain. This comic book is really good. Harry closed the comic book, still wanting more. This was likely a series, as Harry had already spotted more than one such comic on the small shelf next to the desk. He hesitated about whether to read the next one. In the past, it was absolutely impossible for Harry to finish an entire comic book alone like this. Dudley wouldn't allow Harry to flip through his comics, and Aunt Petunia would order Harry to do chores or water the garden and pull weeds. But Harry remembered that he was no longer on Privet Drive, and there was no one to tell him whether he should read comic books. Jackie Chan had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned yet. In that case, then I'll just read one more. If Uncle Jackie comes back, I'll put the book down and do my homework. Harry thought, his hand uncontrollably reaching for the second book. But Harry had underestimated the attraction of this comic. It was as if it had magic, making one unable to pull away. After finishing one, he wanted to see the next. By the time he finished the second comic, the struggle within Harry's heart became even more intense. His eyes kept darting toward the bookshelf. Just one more, the very last one. Harry finally couldn't control himself and took the third one. Living in a room without windows had this one drawback. It was impossible to distinguish day from night or know how much time had passed. So, having the third book naturally led to the fourth. This time, the excuse Harry found for himself was that homework could be done anytime. He could just stay up late to write it. He did that often anyway. But opportunities to read comic books were rare. If he missed it, it wouldn't be so easy to read comics so freely for a whole day next time. Thinking of this, Harry finally reached for the fourth book, flipped it open quickly, and began reading with great interest. By the fifth book, Harry had already given up on restraint. He'd finish them today, and tomorrow he wouldn't read any more and would study seriously. But just as Harry reached for a comic book on the shelf, perhaps because he had been in the same position for too long, his fingers were a bit stiff, and he accidentally knocked the book down. This caused a chain reaction, and a large pile of books on the shelf came tumbling down with a crash. Oh no! What have I done? Harry jumped up and ran to pick up the books that had fallen on the floor. He hoped nothing was damaged, otherwise how would he explain it to Jade? With this thought, Harry carefully checked each book for damage. Fortunately, they had only fallen from the shelf, and none of the books were harmed. This made Harry breathe a long sigh of relief, though he felt increasingly regretful for his behavior of being so hopelessly addicted to comics. Comic books were good, but they were too easy to get addicted to. Harry, oh Harry, how can you be someone who can't control yourself? Thinking this, just as Harry picked up a thick English dictionary, a small notebook suddenly fell out from inside and landed by Harry's feet. Harry placed the dictionary on the desk and bent over to pick up the small notebook. There was no text on the cover, and curiosity drove Harry to flip it open. Friday, sunny. This is my third day in San Francisco. Uncle Jackie took me to handle the school enrollment procedures. Oh my god, that school is full of foreigners, there isn't a single student from the East. I hope those classmates won't bully me. But Uncle Jackie is so amazing, he can definitely beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the floor, right? Harry flipped through the small notebook and suddenly realized why there was no title on the book. This is a diary. Looking at the content recorded inside and then at the elegant handwriting, it should have been written by a girl. Was it the diary of that girl named Jade Chen? This book is first published across the entire web. Harry also discovered that he seemed to be able to understand these blocky characters. This script seemed to be unique to that country called the East, completely different from English. The reason Harry knew this was because Uncle Vernon's drill company had once hosted clients from that country. They bought many machines and equipment in one go, allowing Uncle Vernon to make a huge profit. When Uncle Vernon returned home that day, he happily got himself drunk on whiskey before dinner arrived, and then proudly announced during dinner. If I can close 3 more deals this year, no, 2 deals as big as this one, then there's hope of getting a new car before Christmas comes. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon did not get a new car with the letter B and the eagle emblem, and Harry never heard him mention it again after that. Seeing these characters again now, Harry finally remembered the incident. These characters looked much more concise than English. Harry thought to himself that perhaps it was because he could read them. Just a few short lines could express what would take a whole chapter in English, which left Harry greatly amazed. Just as Harry was preparing to close Jade's diary and put it back in its place, his hand reaching for the dictionary suddenly paused. Wait, if I read the contents of this diary, maybe I can figure out what those people I met today and the talismanic incantations mean. A trace of hesitation flashed across Harry's face. He had originally wanted to ask Uncle Jackie about those ninja soldiers, but seeing how rushed they were, he didn't ask further. This was a good habit Harry had developed at his aunt's house: don't be nosy. If Harry had strictly remembered this habit over the years, perhaps his life would have been much better. But many times Harry couldn't help but forget this, bickering with Dudley, and then being severely punished by Aunt Petunia. Additionally, Harry discovered that he did not have Jade's memories, which meant that no matter what he did now, the real Jade wouldn't know when she came back. Maybe I can leave her something, like an apology note, Harry thought to himself. Ultimately, Harry took the diary again, sat back in the chair, and spread the diary open on the desk. Tuesday, overcast. I really can't believe it. Mom actually meant it when she said she was sending me to the United States for a while. Going to a place where no one is constantly nagging in my ear. A space of my own, and snack freedom. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to tomorrow's arrival. Harry flipped to the beginning and saw this diary entry, and couldn't help but smile. It seemed Jade had the same troubles as him. Aunt Petunia was also always nagging in Harry's ear, telling him to tidy his hair, tuck his shirt into his pants, and not look so scruffy. It was just that she never considered that it was because Dudley's fat pants were too big. The pant legs were always sliding down to Harry's feet, which made him look scruffy. Thinking of this, Harry paused. He wondered if Aunt Petunia had noticed he hadn't gotten out of bed. What would happen if they found they couldn't wake him up? Send him to the hospital. Harry didn't think they would do that. They would probably just let him lie in that small cupboard under the stairs. Harry then flipped to the second page. Wednesday. Right now I'm on a plane flying to San Francisco. It's been flying for 4 or 5 hours already. I really wish the plane could go faster. Mom told me that my archaeologist uncle will pick me up at the airport. I hope he won't be late and isn't as nagging as Mom and Dad. Oh my God, I'm in San Francisco, and it's nothing like I imagined. No one came to pick me up at all. I took a taxi here. The person who received me was an old man living in a cramped antique shop. The place is filled with the smell of garlic everywhere. I really don't want to live here. Uncle told me that my other uncle hasn't come back yet. I really hope he comes back soon and tells me I don't have to live here. Okay, there's a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Bad news first. The bad news is that my uncle, Jackie Chan, is even more old-fashioned than I imagined. He treats me like an idiot, and I treat him like one too. Everything here is completely different from the life I imagined. But the good news is, Uncle Jackie is really good at fighting. And I also went to a mysterious secret base. Participated in an adventurous chase, snatching a shield, well, the talismanic incantation on it, from the Black Hand organization. All of this is too cool. It seems life in the United States will be even more interesting than I thought. This diary was even more interesting than Harry had imagined. He had originally just wanted to roughly look through the contents, thinking it might help him understand his current situation. But as Harry read, he became somewhat captivated. Jade's detailed records about the Black Hand organization, District 13, Uncle and Uncle Jackie, as well as the stories of the talismanic incantations and magic, all made for an engrossing read for Harry. Some of the doubts in Harry's heart were also answered. So there were as many as 12 of those talismanic incantations, and each one carried a different magic. And the place he was currently staying was called District 13, a place specifically used to deal with the Black Hand organization. The Black Hand organization is a criminal syndicate that controls 80% of the world's criminal activities, and their boss is named Valmont, and those ninjas on the carnival balloon today were the lackeys of the Black Hand organization coming to snatch the talismanic incantation, and they also had magic on them. After learning these things, Harry was also affected by the stories Jade described. The word, magic, appeared multiple times, which also made Harry curious about magic. Does magic really exist in this world? Harry thought again of when he had covered the talismanic incantation and felt a current of electricity drill into his body. Actually, Harry had always had a vague fondness for magic, mainly because too many strange things happened to him for which he could find no answers. Of course, Harry wasn't saying he was definitely the most special among all children. On the contrary, he had always thought of himself as very ordinary as could be. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bullied by Dudley at school and at home. But what if? It was just that at Aunt Petunia's house, she and Uncle Vernon hated anyone mentioning these things, or rather, they hated everything that didn't follow the rules. They wouldn't even let Harry and Dudley look at magic performances on TV for more than a few seconds. But it was different now. Aunt Petunia couldn't control the affairs of District 13, nor could she control Harry. Harry stared blankly, a thought silently emerging in his mind. Maybe, he also had a chance to come into contact with or even learn magic. Harry temporarily set aside the matter of magic for now. This book was first published online. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to write an apology letter to Jade. After some hesitation, Harry eventually chose to write it in this diary, so Jade would definitely see it when she wrote in it herself. Additionally, Harry planned to continue writing in the diary if he was going to stay here for a while. He believed Jade shouldn't mind. However, when it came time to actually write, Harry ran into a problem. It wasn't that he couldn't write those square characters, Harry felt that since he could read them, he might be able to write them as well. Although the memories of this body hadn't remained, Harry keenly noticed that some habits were still preserved. For instance, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with District 13 in this room, rather than the feeling of being in a strange place. What Harry was concerned about was whether to introduce himself, whether to write a long or short entry, and if writing too much would make him seem too wordy or presumptuous. Ultimately, Harry decided to briefly introduce himself and then write down everything he had experienced today in detail. Just like that, Harry wrote down everything that had happened today in the diary in one go. At the end, he added a sentence. I don't know where you went, but I must apologize to you again. I am very sorry this happened, and I hope you won't mind. Additionally, I will continue to record what happens during the coming period of time. When it came to the sign-off, Harry hesitated for a moment, wavering between, yours faithfully, and, yours sincerely, before finally just writing his name, Harry Potter. Afterward, Harry read through the apology letter once more to ensure nothing was missing before letting out a long sigh of relief. He had done all he could. Next, Harry felt his stomach growling, so he raised his hand to rub it, stood up from the chair, stretched, and loosened his stiff body from sitting too long. He wondered what the food at District 13 was like. Harry felt it should be a bit better than at Aunt Petunia's house. Maybe I should go out and ask if they provide meals here. Harry thought. Just then, there was a polite knock on his room door. Come in. Harry shouted quickly. The door was pushed open, revealing a bald head that gleamed slightly under the light. Chief Black. Harry blinked and greeted him. After reading Jade's diary, Harry realized that Jade usually addressed him directly as Chief Black. No wonder Chief Black had a look of slight bewilderment on his face when he brought Harry back. Upon hearing this familiar address, Chief Black visibly relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. Jade, did you rest well in your room? Is there anywhere you're still feeling unwell? Harry immediately shook his head. He didn't feel any discomfort at the moment. If he had to say anything, it was that he was a bit hungry and didn't know if it was mealtime yet. I feel great. When will Uncle Jackie be back? Harry asked politely. Oh, it's like this. Jade, your Uncle Jackie said something came up at the museum and he had to rush over. So he asked me to take you out for a meal. You can tell me whatever you want to eat. Chief Black said immediately, as if seeing that Harry was hungry. At the mention of food, Harry's eyes involuntarily lit up. At Aunt Petunia's house, while he didn't live a life of starvation, Aunt Petunia always managed to keep Harry in a state where he wasn't starving, but never quite full. Harry realized that life here might be entirely different. Are you asking what I want to eat? Harry smacked his lips and asked tentatively. Of course, you can tell me whatever you want to eat, Jade. Seeing the longing for food that Harry unconsciously showed, Chief Black immediately felt a pang of pity. Look at how hungry the child is. Chief Black thought to himself that when Jackie Chan returned, he must have a serious talk with him about this. He couldn't let his busy work lead to a lack of attention for the child. Jade was currently in a period of growth and development, and her nutrition definitely needed to keep up. Thinking of this, Chief Black looked at Harry with encouraging eyes. Harry didn't know that the flicker of longing he unconsciously revealed had made him an object of concern in Chief Black's eyes. If Harry knew, he definitely wouldn't have shown it. Although he was still young, children have self-esteem too, and Harry's self-esteem was stronger than that of most children his age. Meanwhile, Harry was rapidly calculating all the delicious foods he had ever eaten. However, after thinking for a long time, Harry realized how meager and limited his knowledge of food was, so much so that he couldn't think of anything he wanted to eat for a while. I'd like a burger meal, if that's okay. Harry finally made a choice. This also included consideration for the chief sitting before him. Harry tried not to think of anything too expensive. And it just so happened that something like a burger meal was only enjoyed by Dudley when he went out with Aunt Petunia and the others on weekends, while Harry never had the luck to enjoy it. He longed to try it. Chief Black looked a bit surprised. He had thought Jade would want to go to a Chinese restaurant or something similar, but he didn't expect it to be just a simple burger meal. Of course, no problem. But I have to say, Jade, are you sure? Chief Black said with a shrug. Actually, you don't have to save money for me. District 13 can reimburse employees' meal expenses, as long as it's not too excessive. Saying this, Chief Black winked at Harry. However, Harry still firmly chose the burger meal, for no other reason than to fulfill a small wish of his. All right then, if you don't have anything to bring, we can head out now, Chief Black said. Unlike the passage they had come through, this time Chief Black took Harry to an elevator. They exited the elevator, pushed through a door with a combination lock, and after a few twists and turns, they actually arrived at a subway station. Following the crowd out of the subway station, they emerged into a bustling district. The sky was darkening, streetlights were coming on, and the surrounding traffic was heavy. Harry was shocked by this. It was just like in the spy movies. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts. Considering that Jade, or rather, Harry, was hungry, Chief Black didn't linger and led Harry into a restaurant that was open. The hostess at the door saw the two enter and even greeted Harry with a kind smile. This made Harry feel very welcome. Subsequently, the two found a seat by the window and sat down. Jade, you look at the menu here first. I'm going to the restroom, Chief Black said to Harry. Okay, Chief Black. Harry nodded and began flipping through the menu. It contained not only burger meals but also various other types of food. Seeing Harry being so well behaved, Chief Black left satisfied. It seemed taking care of a child wasn't that hard after all. Not long after Chief Black left, three guys who looked like trouble walked into the restaurant, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Ding tilde. The restaurant door was pushed open, accompanied by the chiming of the bell. Then came the sound of footsteps filing in one after another. This restaurant looks pretty good, doesn't it, Rasu? The man leading the way pushed up the golden sunglasses on his face and spoke to his companions behind him. Behind him was a burly but somewhat dull-looking man. Sniffing the aroma of food in the air, Rasu said impatiently, "Let's eat already, I'm starving." Of course, none of us have eaten all day, and yet we get no rewards. Working for Valmont is getting harder and harder, isn't it, boys? The last guy to walk in adjusted the collar of his white suit before sighing in a raspy, duck-like voice. Say, what do you think that big guy True is up to? Don't know. Maybe he's looking for a bathroom. There probably isn't a toilet here big enough for him. Rasu let out a burst of laughter as he spoke. However, he quickly stopped because the gazes of his two companions shifted toward him. Was that joke not funny? Rasu asked, scratching the back of his head. Not at all. All right, don't say that again, Rasu. It's not nice to find joy in someone else's pain. Finn moved his hand from the collar of his white suit to the thick gold chain around his neck, rubbing it gently. Rasu opened his mouth in surprise, then closed it sullenly. Unexpectedly, Finn held back a laugh and added solemnly, though I am actually pretty curious how a big guy like True wipes his own butt. A smile returned to Rasu's face. Just as the three were about to head to their seats, a waitress who looked even sturdier than Rasu blocked their path, the same one who had smiled at Harry earlier. But now, she looked aggressive. Smoking is prohibited in this restaurant, gentlemen. Didn't you see there are children here? Hearing this, the small guy in the front, Chow, pushed his glasses up again. But we're already inside. Then get back out. Or I'll invite you out. The waitress said impatiently, taking a step forward. Looking at her massive frame, Chow seemed a bit hesitant, but thinking that there were three of them, he toughened up again. Where's this child you're talking about? How come I don't see one? Rasu, do you see one? Rasu played along, shaking his head from side to side. Where? All I see is a humpback whale standing in front of me. Upon hearing this, the waitress's expression changed instantly. She gave a cold laugh, crossed her arms to reveal her bulging muscles, and tilted her chin, gesturing to the side. If you want to trade blows, I'm happy to oblige. Chow and Rasu subconsciously looked over. On the wall hung a photo of a female boxer winning a championship match. And the female champion in the photo was clearly the waitress standing before them. Just as the two were stuck in a difficult position, Finn suddenly said from the side, "Actually, you're right. There are children here, and we really shouldn't smoke. Let's go, boys." Clearly, his words left his brothers very confused. But Finn still dragged Chow and Rasu out of the restaurant. "Finn, I didn't realize that besides being afraid of True, you're also afraid of a female True." Chow said indignantly as soon as they left the restaurant. "Shut up. Look what I found." Hearing this, Chow and Rasu couldn't help but follow Finn's gaze. They noticed Harry sitting by the restaurant window, intently flipping through the menu. "Oh. My God, it's her." His companion's reactions made Finn very proud. He crushed his cigarette butt with his toe and announced loudly. "That's our bonus, boys. That's right. While that big guy isn't around, all the credit is ours." Chow immediately became excited. "What are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait, don't rush. Let's see if that brat's uncle is around." Inside the restaurant, Harry, completely unaware of the approaching danger, was torn between choosing the burger set or the fried chicken set. Or maybe he could order both. Just as Harry looked up, wondering why Chief Black hadn't returned yet, he felt the light in front of him dim. 3 men walked over and came straight to Harry's table. "Look who it is. Little girl, why are you here all by yourself?" One of the men in a white suit said in a playful tone. "That's right, where did your Uncle Jackie go?" The short man next to him added. "Don't tell me you're eating in a restaurant all alone." The last man said hesitantly. Harry's expression was somewhat blank. He wasn't sure of the intentions of these 3 men. They seemed to know Jade and Uncle Jackie. "Sorry," Harry said politely, "Uncle Jackie isn't here right now. If you have business with him." Before Harry could finish, the 3 men looked at each other, appearing very happy, and pulled out chairs to sit down. "No, little girl, it's you we're looking for," Finn said triumphantly. "That's right, little sister. I hope you can be a good girl. It'll be better for all of us." Chow chimed in from the side. Hearing this, although Harry still wasn't sure of the 3 men's identities, he vaguely sensed a hint of ill intent from their smiles. "I'm sorry, but I don't seem to remember you. Are you friends of Uncle Jackie?" Harry asked, testing them shrewdly. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. Except the laughter sounded very wicked. Finn turned his head. "Did you hear that? This kid actually says she doesn't remember us." Rasu added, "This kid's jokes are even colder than mine." Chow pushed his glasses up impatiently. "Enough, little sister. Lying isn't what good children do. Don't think you can play tricks this time." At the same time, he looked around and said to Finn and Rasu, "I have a bad feeling. Maybe she's stalling for time, waiting for Jackie Chan to rush over." Finn nodded in agreement. "Looks like we need to hurry." With that, Finn said to Harry, who was observing the situation, "We're looking for you this time. Come with us, uncles." Harry was now certain that these 3 adults definitely had bad intentions. They were different from Uncle Jackie, Old Uncle, and Chief Black. Harry could feel it. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon often taught him and Dudley that if they encountered a stranger who initiated a conversation, they must never leave with them. So Harry quickly shook his head. "Sorry, I can't go with you. Chief Black is in the restroom. He told me to wait for him here, and he'll be back any second." But Harry didn't expect that even mentioning Chief Black wouldn't scare these 3 men. "That's not up to you. I think you should know what this is." Chow pushed his glasses for the umpteenth time and discreetly pulled a black, reflective handgun from his coat, aiming it at Harry under the table with a smug smile. "Come with us quietly. Jade, you're a smart kid. You wouldn't want to involve the other people in the restaurant, right? Just as the three members of the Black Hand organization were in disguise, pulling out a pistol to threaten Harry into leaving with them. At the restaurant entrance, the waitress, who had been keeping a close eye on the trio with her peripheral vision ever since they walked in, also sensed that something was wrong. She set down the menu she was holding and walked over aggressively. Careful, that female true is coming over. Chow, sitting right next to Harry, warned as he saw the waitress approaching. As for Harry, he could feel the pistol pressed against his waist, and for a moment, he fell into a panic. Although Harry had never handled a pistol, Uncle Vernon did have a collectible revolver, but he never let Harry or Dudley touch it. Even when Dudley once snuck it out due to curiosity, he was severely punished afterward. Dudley was confined to his room, and Aunt Petunia forbade him from coming downstairs for dinner for 3 days. After that incident, Harry understood that a gun was a very dangerous thing. But he hadn't expected these three adults to actually point a gun at a child. Gentlemen, do you know this child? Her father is in the restroom, and he looks like someone you don't want to mess with. I suggest you don't look for trouble. At this moment, the aggressive waitress finally reached the table. Chow quickly blocked the pistol with his body while Finn and Rasu flashed smiles. No, you've misunderstood. Of course we know this child, Finn said, waving his hand. That's right, we know her uncle and often sit together to watch ball games, Rasu added with a nod. Oh, is that so? The waitress listened, looked at the three smirking men with some suspicion, then turned her head toward Harry and said gently, Child, don't be afraid. Tell me, do you actually know them? Harry could feel the muzzle of the gun against his waist pressing even harder now. Finn and Rasu also turned to look at Harry at the same time. However, their hands were slowly reaching inside their clothes. Their eyes carried danger and a warning. Just as they were preparing for the worst, ready to pull out their guns to threaten the waitress to back off and grab Harry to leave quickly. That's right, I know them. Harry, who had been nervous just a moment ago, became calm. He looked up and spoke softly to the waitress. They are friends of my uncle. Hearing Harry say this, the waitress's expression softened slightly, but she was still somewhat skeptical. At this point, Harry said cleverly, if it's all right, I'd like to order now. I'd like a double cheese beef burger meal and a garlic fried chicken meal. Of course, dear, you'll have what you want very soon. The waitress swallowed the questions she was about to ask and pulled a small notebook from her apron to record the order. Then, she turned her gaze back to Finn and the other two. What about you? What would you like to order? We're not hungry yet. Rasu started, but was interrupted by Finn. No, please give us a beef cheeseburger meal each, thank you. And if you have beer, a glass for each of us as well. The waitress nodded but stood her ground, showing no intention of leaving. Rasu, what are you standing there for? Treat our young friend to a kid's meal. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Finn gave Rasu a look. Only then did Rasu reluctantly pull out his wallet and hand over the money. After receiving the money, the waitress finally turned and left. Harry breathed a small sigh of relief. He was truly worried that these people would do something irreversible. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Then, Harry watched the waitress's retreating back until she was far away, and the three men's eyes all shifted back to him. He quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with them. Harry already had some guesses about their identities. First, they definitely weren't good people. Good people wouldn't point a gun at a child. Second, they knew Jade and Uncle Jackie, and now they seemed to be trying to kidnap him. In summary, Harry immediately remembered what Jade had recorded in her diary about the members of the Black Hand organization who were constantly fighting Uncle Jackie and District 13 for the talismanic incantations. Although there were only 3 of them now and the diary mentioned 4, Harry was 80% certain they were the villains mentioned in Jade's diary. So, what did the Black Hand organization want with him? Harry's clever mind quickly found the answer. Perhaps these villains wanted to use him, or rather Jade, to threaten Uncle Jackie and Chief Black into handing over the talismanic incantations. At this moment, the bravery and kindness in Harry's character were sparked. If even Jade, a girl, wasn't afraid of these villains, then he would certainly show his own courage. Of course, Harry wasn't being reckless. If these villains intended to use him to threaten Uncle Jackie, they surely wouldn't do anything to him yet. Furthermore, Harry firmly believed that Uncle Jackie would definitely come to save him. Even though Harry had only known Jackie Chan for less than a day. Based on Jade's diary and his observations today, he believed Uncle Jackie would come to his rescue. Taking advantage of the waitress's absence, Finn gave his two companions a look. Now, let's go. Chow threatened Harry, you walk with me in a bit. Don't try any tricks. Harry nodded cooperatively. As long as you don't hurt anyone else, I'll comply. Hearing this, Rasu blinked and said, I'm starting to like her a bit, she's quite brave, isn't she? Finn scoffed at this and was the first to stand up swaggeringly, while Harry was pulled up by the arm by the short man beside him. Now, he actually hoped Chief Black wouldn't come out of the restroom, because these three villains had guns. If only I could summon the guns from their hands, just like I summoned the talismanic incantation, Harry thought. He even tried hard to see if he could replicate the strange things that had happened to him. Unfortunately, Harry did not succeed. He could only regretfully be coerced by the three out of the restaurant, jogging across the road to a sedan parked on the other side. The car door shut with a bang. The vehicle started amidst urgings, and soon, the restaurant was left far behind. When the waitress hurried back with the change and found the seats empty, she immediately realized something was wrong. Oh, no. I knew I was right, those three shady guys were definitely up to no good. Just then, Chief Black walked out of the restroom. Sorry, Jade, for making you wait. I assume you've already chosen. Seeing the table empty, Black was stunned. Ma'am, where is the child who was sitting here? That child was just taken away by three suspicious men. What did you say? Chief Black's face changed drastically as he sprinted out of the restaurant, watching the car driving away in the distance. Oh no, Jade. How am I going to explain this to Jackie Chan? Inside a car traveling at high speed. This book is first published across the entire web. Harry sat in the back row, sandwiched between Rasu and Chow. It seemed they were very wary of this one child. Even so, Harry was still trying hard to find an opportunity to escape. Because Jade had written in her diary. She had many experiences helping Uncle Jackie escape from these bad guys. If Jade could do it, then Harry felt he definitely could too. Now Harry was inclined to believe he was a special one. After all, other children wouldn't wake up to find themselves in a strange place, using someone else's body. Harry prepared to take advantage of the moment these bad guys let their guard down to try those strange things he had succeeded at before. Today, he hadn't just taken back the talismanic incantation. Harry remembered that he should have been the one who stopped those shuriken. Although Harry didn't say it out loud. He had been staring at those ninjas at the time, desperately hoping those shuriken wouldn't hit him when they flew over. And then the shuriken really did stop. If shuriken could stop, then could a car stop too? While concentrating his attention and staring at the road ahead of the windshield, Harry silently muttered in his heart, stop, stop quickly. While also keeping an eye on the movements of the Black Hand Organization bad guys. Fortunately, they weren't paying attention to Harry and were still celebrating their upcoming rewards and bonuses. Looks like no one is chasing us from behind, we've successfully caught this brat. Chow turned his head back frequently, and only spoke excitedly after finding no cars following them. I think Valmont will definitely be very happy and will pay us our bonuses for this month. Rasu echoed. A smug look appeared on Finn's face as he drove. That's not even the most important part, guys. The important thing is that big dummy True, he's probably standing at the intersection in a daze. This just proves that we are Valmont's most capable subordinates. Exactly. We are. Chow nodded with certainty. At that moment, Rasu suddenly asked, "What do you think, Valmont? No, what does that Holy Lord want with this little girl?" Hearing the two names Valmont and Holy Lord, Harry subconsciously pricked up his ears. He had seen Valmont in the diary, he was the boss of the Black Hand organization. But who was the Holy Lord? Only, after Rasu asked this question, the car suddenly went quiet. Harry began to pray silently, "Speak up, just act like I don't exist, hurry up and speak." Fortunately, the car was only silent for a brief second before these Black Hand organization bad guys continued to speak. "Holy Lord, heaven knows what the talking broken statue wants to do. To be honest, I think our boss has gone a bit crazy, his head turned by the wealth of the king of the golden chickens." Chow said while shaking his head. "All right, that's a huge sum of money, supposedly enough to buy a country. If we can get that money, maybe we won't have to do this dirty, tiring work anymore." Finn rolled down the window and casually lit a cigarette. "But I think that Holy Lord is a bit creepy." Rasu scratched his head and looked down at Harry, who was still trying to struggle with himself. However, from another's perspective, Harry was sitting motionless with his head down, definitely out of fear. Could it want to hurt this child? I mean, the things it said back then were a bit scary. Rasu added. Who knows, maybe it wants to eat this brat who's always giving us trouble. Finn grinned mischievously. Eat her. Rasu was somewhat shocked. What, Rasu, since when did you become so compassionate? Chow also teased with a laugh. Hearing this, Rasu's face turned a bit red, and he quickly tried to make excuses, saying things like he wasn't being compassionate, and that the Black Hand organization never stooped to troubling children. For a while, the atmosphere in the car was exceptionally cheerful. But when these words reached Harry's ears, they gave him a fright. Eat him. Harry had never thought such a thing would happen. He thought these bad guys were at most using him as a hostage to get the talismanic incantation back. Perhaps fear can also bring strength. At this moment, Harry's mental focus was highly concentrated. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a clicking sound. Then, Harry's consciousness seemed to transcend the limits of his body, instead covering the entire car. This matter couldn't be explained in just a sentence or two. However, Harry could feel that the car traveling at high speed seemed to slow down a bit. This was not Harry's hallucination. Huh, strange, why did this junk car suddenly slow down? Finn also noticed the change in speed and frowned. But no matter how he stepped on the gas, the speed wouldn't pick up. This situation made Finn's mood turn sour again, and he said impatiently, "What bad luck." All right, Rasu, put away your full compassion. The Holy Lord is just a broken statue, a piece of stone, how could it eat people? It only wants those talismanic incantations. Didn't you hear the Holy Lord say? This little girl is a natural-born little witch, maybe it has something to do with that. This junk car should be sent to the repair shop. Finn angrily slammed the steering wheel a few times and complained. Hearing Finn say this, Harry and Rasu both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But Harry quickly reacted. Which? Was he talking about him? Could it be that the strange things happening to him weren't just coincidences, but were really related to magic? Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but feel excited. He really wanted to successfully become a wizard. And it was at this moment. The speed of the car slowed down sharply again, finally coming to a slow stop in the middle of the road. Harry couldn't believe he had actually done it. He had successfully made a high-speed car stop. With this success, more confidence and courage welled up in Harry's heart. Next, he had to find a way to escape from this group of bad guys. He knew Valmont wasn't the ultimate boss of the Black Hand organization, there was a fellow named Holy Lord behind him. It was also the Holy Lord who specifically wanted Harry, wanted Jade, and those talismanic incantations were also to be given to the Holy Lord. These things must be told to Uncle Jackie quickly. Harry thought to himself. After Finn got out of the car to check, he returned to the car helplessly. I can't find where the problem is. It looks like we'll have to walk the rest of this way. Walk. Isn't that a bit dangerous? I mean, could this be Jackie Chan's doing? Chow asked worriedly. Don't worry, that archaeologist isn't that powerful. How could he have predicted we'd show up at the same restaurant? Finn said impatiently. Alright, hurry up and get out. Just leave the car here and find someone to tow it away. Next, Harry cooperatively got out of the car and walked forward with the three of them. Only when they reached a small hot dog stand. Rasu was the first to stop, rubbing his stomach and hesitating to speak. Can we buy something first and eat while we walk? Hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up as he looked at Rasu. However, Harry's gaze was interpreted by Rasu as also wanting to eat. Look, the kid wants to eat too, might as well buy one for her. Finn and Chow looked at each other. They were also hungry, especially now that they smelled the aroma of food. Alright then, go buy them quickly, Rasu. I want double pickles and cheese. Chow added. Wait, it shouldn't be my turn to pay this time, it's your turn. Rasu protested. He who suggests pays, buddy tilde. Finn patted Rasu's shoulder with a smile. Exactly, that's the rule. Chow also nodded teasingly. None of the three paid any attention to the exceptionally quiet Harry. While Rasu was busy buying hot dogs, Harry took the opportunity to make a request. Can I go to the bathroom in this shop? I really can't hold it anymore. Harry's plan was to get inside first and then find a way to escape. However, Harry's request was heartlessly rejected by Finn. No, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay right here. That's right, you're trying to pull some trick again, aren't you? I won't fall for it, Chow nodded in agreement. Harry really wanted to know what Jade had done to make three grown men treat her like this. But I really can't hold it. You guys can come with me. I promise I'll be good, Harry pleaded bitterly, trying his best to look sincere and pitiful. Fortunately, Harry was very good at this method. Although acting pathetic was ineffective against Aunt Petunia, it worked every time with his school teachers. This trick often allowed Harry to escape various punishments after fighting with Dudley at school. Of course, it was always Dudley who started it, and Harry only fought back. If you guys aren't willing, then I might not be able to hold it. Harry said with determination, even though it was a bit embarrassing to say. Well, he wouldn't write this incident in his diary. Finn, just let her go. I don't want to be followed by a kid who peed their pants. Chow was the first to compromise, looking at Finn as he spoke. Fine then, but you better not play any tricks. Chow, you go with her. Remember, go inside with her, Finn said helplessly with a frown. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. The next step was to find an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, when Harry followed Chow into the small shop to use the bathroom, he discovered that the restroom didn't have any windows leading outside. It was an enclosed bathroom. The upside, however, was that the short man following Harry just did a quick sweep and went back out, leaving only one sentence. Don't dawdle, come out quickly. Harry nodded and closed the door, his heart still racing. After all, not every 11-year-old child experiences being kidnapped by villains from the Black Hand organization. Moreover, there seemed to be a talking statue that specifically wanted him captured. Although Harry didn't know what the other party wanted, based on fairy tales, it was likely nothing good. Fortunately, he now had the ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Harry felt a bit excited. He was actually a wizard, and those strange things happening around him were actually magic. Then the question was, could magic open a door on a wall? Harry didn't dare hesitate, staring at the small bathroom while thinking hard. He saw his reflection in the mirror. A pretty girl wearing an orange hoodie with black, ear-length short hair. But Harry had no time to admire himself. If only I could just disappear. Harry muttered to himself in the mirror. However, in the next second, Harry's amber eyes widened. Time passed minute by minute. Chow, waiting at the door, and Rasu, who had finished buying hot dogs, were getting impatient. Why hasn't she come out yet? Chow was the first to knock on the door. Hey, are you done yet? Come out quickly, don't play any games. There was no response from behind the door, which made them both a bit uneasy. Looks like I have to go in and check, Chow said gloomily. Fortunately, he had checked this bathroom before. The door couldn't be locked from the inside, and there was only a sign hanging on the door to show it was occupied. I'm coming in, Chow emphasized loudly, then gave Rasu a look, and both of them burst into the tiny bathroom at the same time. But once they entered, they were both dumbfounded. Because in a space that could be seen in its entirety at a glance, there wasn't a single person. The kid was gone. But where could she have gone? Chow pushed his gold-rimmed glasses in disbelief, while Rasu said, "That's impossible. I was right at the door and didn't go anywhere. How can no one be here? I went to buy hot dogs just now. It's not my fault," Rasu said innocently, lifting the hot dogs. But Chow clearly didn't want to take the responsibility alone. "That brat's escape is also your fault, Rasu. You were the one who first suggested eating hot dogs." Hearing this, Rasu's expression slumped. The two of them searched the bathroom once more, refusing to give up, but they still found nothing. Just like before, that crafty little girl had already taken the opportunity to slip away. Just then, Finn, who had grown impatient waiting, walked in. Upon learning that the duck in their hand had actually flown away, Finn stomped his feet in anger. "You too. Was it really that hard to just watch one little girl? What do we do now? Should we still report to Valmont?" "Report my ass. Remember, we didn't see anything. The car just broke down, and we went to get it fixed. But that little girl. HMPH, just wait. We'll find another chance to catch her." After Finn and the other two asked the shop owner if he had seen a black-haired little girl to no avail, they left, cursing and swearing. Harry, who had been in the shop the whole time and hadn't gone anywhere, finally let out a sigh of relief. He could hardly believe that he had actually escaped from the villains of the Black Hand organization. So how exactly did Harry do it? Inside the bathroom, Harry saw his body in the mirror suddenly vanish, as if he had become invisible. So Harry was actually in the bathroom just now. It was just that those two men couldn't see him. Harry had quietly slipped out of the open door while they were inside looking for him. And he had been hiding inside the shop until they left. Harry waited patiently for a while. Now he was going to find a policeman. On the other side, after Jackie Chan received a call from Chief Black informing him that Jade had been taken, he rushed over to meet with Chief Black. The two of them chased in the direction the Black Hand organization had left. As a result, while on the way, Jackie Chan received a call from the police station asking if he knew a child named Jade. "Oh my god, ha. Jade, it's so good that you're alright." At the police station, Jackie Chan and Chief Black, who had rushed over, quickly surrounded Harry, who was sitting in the lobby waiting. Compared to their surprise and joy, Harry appeared much more calm. "Jade, I heard from the shop clerk that you were taken away by 3 men. Could that group be?" Chief Black said apologetically. "It was the people from the Black Hand organization," Harry said. "It really was them. Those villains, actually targeting a child," Jackie Chan said angrily, while also looking at Harry with some surprise. "Then how did you escape from them?" Hearing this, Harry remembered the things the Black Hand villains had mentioned in the car and quickly said, "I have some things I want to tell you and Uncle, but not here." Earlier in the lounge, Uncle had told Harry not to tell anyone else about his identity to avoid trouble. Harry kept this in mind and didn't even mention it to Chief Black. Hearing this, although Jackie Chan was puzzled, he still nodded. "Alright then, it looks like we need to go back to the antique shop. If the Black Hand organization is targeting you, then Uncle might be in danger too." Chief Black suggested, making up for his earlier lapse. "Let's go, I'll drive you back." Inside the antique shop, Uncle quietly listened to Harry finish explaining the sequence of events in one breath. Behind the lenses, those eyes full of wisdom looked at Harry with an even kinder gaze. "That's everything that happened. I'm sorry, I don't know why that Holy Lord wanted to capture Jade, they didn't mention it. I hope what I've said is helpful to you." After speaking, Harry licked his dry lips. What you've said is very important, child, but you were wrong about one thing. Uncle's expression was very kind as he handed over a cup of hot tea. Drink some water, child. Thank you. Harry was puzzled. What thing? Uncle raised his hand to take off his glasses. While wiping them, he winked at Harry. They weren't looking for Jade, they were looking for you. Harry. Looking for me. Exactly. Jade couldn't use magic before. Uncle nodded and put his glasses back on. It's the power brought by your soul, Harry. Although Harry had prepared himself mentally, hearing Uncle say that he was actually the one who could use magic still left him in a state of confusion, and he stammered. Oh my, what did you say? Me. Does that mean I'm a wizard or a mage? But why did I never have it before? Think about those strange things you mentioned that happened to you, they've already proven your talent. Uncle shrugged and replied, so, child, you are not ordinary. On the contrary, you are very special. You must trust Uncle's judgment. Harry finally closed his mouth, his mind still digesting this news. However, a seed had already been planted in Harry's heart. He wasn't ordinary. He had his own strengths too. Great job this time, Harry. Thanks to the information you provided, this is very important to us. Jackie Chan also stepped forward, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and speaking to him with an encouraging smile. Harry nodded. He felt his eyes stinging slightly and his nose tingling. Although Harry had only been here for a day, and although he wasn't Uncle or Uncle Jackie's niece, he still felt a warmth from them that he hadn't experienced in nearly 10 years with the Dursleys. By the way, Uncle, you said the Black Hand organization wants to capture Harry. Is it because they've taken an interest in his magical talent? Jackie Chan took the opportunity to ask Uncle. But the previously gentle Uncle's attitude turned sour when facing his own nephew. Uncle huffed. Do you really need to say that again? Jackie Chan, you're not even as good as a child. Harry has already helped you twice. Uncle held up 2 fingers and flipped them back and forth. Jackie Chan raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. He was already used to Uncle's temper. Twice. Which 2 times? Uncle shook his head. His nephew was indeed a brute who hadn't learned to use his brain to think. Uncle said seriously, the one who wants to capture Harry isn't the Black Hand organization, but the Holy Lord. Holy Lord. Jackie Chan was stunned. Who exactly is this Holy Lord? Do you think Uncle is a library? That everything is stored in my head. There wouldn't be enough room. Uncle said irritably. Sorry, Uncle. Jackie Chan said sheepishly. Harry said the Holy Lord is a statue. Uncle already has some suspicions. Now, come help Uncle look through the records. With that, Uncle stood up, his expression exceptionally serious. Seeing this, Harry also hurriedly chimed in, I can help too, if you need me. Hearing this, Uncle stopped and looked at the expectant Harry along with Jackie Chan. Of course, child. Uncle smiled. I need you very much. Soon, Uncle pulled a thick ancient tome from the bookshelf and began flipping through it at the desk. Harry and Jackie Chan waited quietly by the side. To be honest, Harry hadn't expected such a small antique shop to have so many books. The study was almost filled with them, and the shelves were so high that a ladder was needed to reach them. This place was practically a library. At the same time, Harry also liked the various antiques in the shop. Although the space was a bit cramped and things were a bit cluttered, it felt very warm. This was something that would never happen at the Dursleys. Harry bet that Aunt Petunia, who was almost obsessively clean and tidy, would faint the moment she stepped into this antique shop. But then Harry mocked his own wild imagination. The Dursleys would never set foot in a place like this. Uncle found it. It really is him. Uncle's voice snapped Harry out of his brief memory. He leaned in curiously, only to find the book filled with dense, tiny script that he mostly couldn't understand. Uncle held a magnifying glass in one hand and pressed the other against the book, reading it out bit by bit. The Holy Lord is a legendary demon of great power, strong enough to summon wind and rain, fly through the sky and burrow into the earth. He once established a vast empire and ruled the world for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. My God, but why have I never heard of this history? Jackie Chan exclaimed in surprise. In response, Uncle glared at him. Quiet. Be more like Harry. This made Harry feel a bit embarrassed, while Jackie Chan secretly curled his lip and gave Harry a friendly smile. Don't make faces behind Uncle's back, Uncle said without turning his head. Jackie Chan jumped in fright. Now he couldn't laugh anymore. Jackie Chan couldn't figure out how Uncle had noticed. That history was deliberately hidden. All historical records intentionally erased the existence of the Holy Lord. Uncle read word by word. Then Uncle, how did this incredibly powerful demon you're talking about disappear? Jackie Chan asked curiously. The Holy Lord was overthrown by his subjects. His people betrayed him and imprisoned him through a sealing ritual. At the same time, they divided the great power possessed by the Holy Lord into 12 parts. To prevent the Holy Lord from reclaiming his power, they sent these talismanic incantations to be hidden all over the world. This is the exact origin of the talismanic incantations, they come from a powerful demon. As Uncle spoke, he slapped his forehead. So that's it. No wonder Uncle looked through so much material and couldn't find the exact origin of the talismanic incantations. How could Uncle forget about this book? Harry listened intently. He hadn't expected that demons actually existed in this world. It was truly beyond his imagination. What else is written there, Uncle? Jackie Chan asked, half doubting. Uncle didn't answer. He looked through the magnifying glass carefully for a long time before suddenly looking up and exclaiming. Aiya! Jackie Chan, we're in trouble. Jackie Chan jumped in fright, looked left and right, and then at Uncle with a confused expression. What is it, Uncle? It says here that the Holy Lord swore he would reclaim the power that belongs to him. Once the Holy Lord gathers all 12 talismans, he will be freed from the seal, take revenge on the descendants of the subjects who imprisoned him, and destroy the world. Uncle looked at Harry with utmost seriousness. Child, it's thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Uncle wouldn't have known when he would have discovered the origin of the talismanic incantations. Harry opened his mouth, somewhat shocked. Uncle then turned his head, raised a finger, and said, Jackie Chan, we must protect those talismanic incantations. We must never let the people from the Black Hand organization get them. Otherwise, a terrible disaster will occur. The leaky cauldron. Jade tugged at Dumbledore's long robes, following the excessively tall old man into the small, dingy-looking pub. Jade also noticed that the passers-by seemed to be oblivious to her and Dumbledore, all hurrying past. Is this some kind of magic that makes them unable to see this place? Jade thought to herself. Stepping inside the pub, the light wasn't much brighter than it was outside. There were no electric lights in this bar, instead, candles were lit all around. It was also very quiet, not at all like a pub. Jade racked her brain and finally thought of a suitable term. It felt like she had entered a haunted house and was about to go on an adventure. She wondered if there might be a vampire or a bat hiding inside. Just as Jade was thinking this, ahead of her, where Dumbledore's tall figure had been blocking her view, a thin man stood up and came to greet them. Dumbledore, have you brought the boy? Dumbledore stopped in his tracks. Jade nearly stepped on his long, silky silver robes. She had been so busy watching those rags that were automatically wiping the tables that she hadn't been paying attention to her feet. Of course, Minister. Harry, come and say hello to our minister. Dumbledore said, stepping aside. Jade finally rounded out from behind Dumbledore. Well, there were more people in the pub than Jade had imagined. Jade sensitively noticed that upon her appearance, the pub suddenly fell silent, a silence as if everyone had held their breath at once. In particular, most of those standing in the corners were staring straight at her. Well, Jade thought, now I'm getting more and more curious about the identity of this boy named Harry Potter. What kind of charm could a boy her age possibly have to attract so much attention? Jade fixed her gaze on the man before her. He was also wearing a set of black robes and a tall hat, though his clothes looked much more sophisticated, with complex patterns outlined in silver thread. Is this the Minister for Magic? Jade's gaze settled on the serious man's somewhat pale and sunken cheeks. Hello, Minister. Excuse me, are you a vampire? Jade asked quite boldly. Hearing this, Fudge and Dumbledore, as well as a group of Ministry of Magic employees standing a few steps away who were all looking over, were all somewhat stunned. Dumbledore in particular, besides the look of surprise on his face, had a hint of a smile in his deep, azure eyes. Jade raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had said something wrong again. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Jade said. No, Harry, you don't need to apologize. Well, I am not a vampire, I am a wizard. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, did not fly into a rage. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and spoke gently to Jade. I heard from Albus that you grew up at your aunt's house and have never been in contact with magic. They are all muggles, ordinary people, right? So, those were just unintentional words. The minister's words didn't sound like an explanation to Jade, but rather like he was making excuses for her. Jade quickly and smartly nodded. Yes, that's right. At this, smiles finally appeared on the faces of the others. Similarly, most of their faces carried a hint of excitement, while only a few remained expressionless. Then, a hunched old man, so short it was hard to tell if he was bowing or just walking normally, with hair that was almost all gone, walked over and said eagerly. Minister, Headmaster Dumbledore, and the esteemed Mr. Harry Potter, would you like something to drink? The rooms upstairs are ready, you can go up and sit down to chat. This is Tom, the owner of this pub, Dumbledore explained, seeing Jade's confusion. You will be staying here for a while. Jade nodded. It didn't sound too bad, though she hoped the pub wouldn't be too noisy. Fudge frowned and looked with some displeasure at Tom, the pub owner who had interrupted their conversation, but he suppressed his irritation and said, I'll have a cup of tea. I think the child must be a bit hungry, go prepare some food. We'll just talk here. Tom nodded, still beaming. He bent his shoulders even lower, maintained that posture as he backed away a few steps, and then turned to leave. Jade frowned. She didn't quite like the minister's attitude, nor did she like the owner's overly humble posture. At the very least, Jade believed no one could make her bow and scrape like that, nor did she want anyone to treat her that way. Now, the way Jade looked at the minister before her was not as friendly as it had been a moment ago. Fudge seemed to sense something. He gave a dignified cough. Let's sit over there and talk. With that, Fudge took the lead and walked toward a booth to the side. Dumbledore placed his hand on Jade's shoulder and led her to the side as well. Even though Dumbledore wasn't looking at her, a sentence seemed to slip into Jade's ear. Don't worry, Harry, it will be over soon. Jade nodded silently. More than dealing with this minister, she was looking forward to whatever big meal she would get to eat later. She hadn't eaten anything all day, not even a drop of water, and was so hungry her stomach was practically sticking to her back. Harry, your sudden departure from home this time truly made us very nervous, we were looking for you everywhere. Fudge pursed his lips and spoke. Jade guessed he was probably trying to make his words sound as light as possible. I'm sorry, Jade said without any actual remorse, but then she spoke bluntly. But what I want to ask is, why did Harry, that is, I, stay at my aunt's house for so many years and get bullied so much by them, yet no one came to help me? Jade felt this was very contradictory. On one hand, this little boy named Harry Potter seemed very important to these people. But on the other hand, it made Jade feel like he wasn't that important after all. Fudge clearly hadn't expected Jade to be so blunt, and his expression immediately became somewhat awkward. Well, because they are your primary guardians, Harry, the ministry cannot bypass them to contact you directly. That was Dumbledore's idea, wasn't it? Fudge avoided Jade's gaze and looked at Dumbledore. I admit, I have indeed lacked concern for you over these years, Harry. This is my responsibility, and I solemnly apologize to you. Dumbledore's tone remained calm. He looked down at Jade, and she could see a hint of shame in the headmaster's eyes. However, there was a reason for you to stay at your aunt's house, Dumbledore continued. Oh. Then I think I can listen to your explanation. Jade didn't feel flustered at all just because she was sitting in front of and beside two very important figures. Was he kidding? Yesterday, no, just before Jade came here, she was still matching wits and courage with the villains of the Black Hand organization. Jade felt that she was helping Harry seek justice. If it were Uncle Jackie or Toru, they would definitely do the same. Though, if it were them, they might not be as direct as Jade. I think we can save this matter for tomorrow. Harry, you don't want to wait even longer before you can eat, do you? Dumbledore wasn't angry at all because of Jade's questioning, nor did he feel he had lost face. Instead, he gave Jade a gentle wink. Jade immediately fell into a state of conflict. After a few seconds, she uncrossed her arms and nodded heavily. Fine then, it's a deal. Fudge also let out a long sigh of relief. He had to admit. Before meeting Harry Potter, Fudge had still looked upon the child with a hint of contempt. In his view, this boy was nothing more than a child who had luckily survived the Dark Lord, and that was all. The one who defeated the Dark Lord was certainly not a month-old infant. Perhaps Harry's parents had perished along with the Dark Lord. But now, after this ordeal, Fudge finally believed that this legendary the boy who lived truly deserved such a title and honor. This book is first published across the internet. This child was much bolder and much smarter than others his age. He actually dared to question an adult directly. One must know that many parents of Hogwarts students would bow and greet Fudge with the utmost respect. Fudge actually felt a bit lucky. More than half of the ministry had been mobilized to find a child not yet 11 years old, and they hadn't been able to find him all day. If this matter got out, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Ministry of Magic, and every wizard in England would be ashamed. But if the child's name was Harry Potter, it was different. People would only praise, as expected of the savior of the wizarding world, that the boy who lived, he truly lives up to his name. Thinking self-deprecatingly, Fudge cleared his throat and said, Harry, you don't need to worry about your running away making your aunt and uncle worry. In fact, the commotion you caused at the zoo was settled within 10 minutes by the Ministry of Magic officials who arrived. Jade raised an eyebrow, looking as if she wanted to say something, but then Dumbledore applied a little pressure with his hand on Jade's shoulder. Thinking of her dinner, Jade resentfully closed her mouth. I think if you want to go back, Harry, your uncle and aunt would be very welcoming. Fudge continued, seeing that Jade didn't question him boldly again. Now Jade couldn't hold back. This was not what the white-bearded headmaster beside her had said. Fudge seemed to expect that Jade wouldn't choose to go back, so he added even more quickly. Of course, I also understand, Harry, that some unpleasant things might have happened between you and your aunt's family. So for the time before school starts, you can stay in Diagon Alley. That's the only good thing I've heard today, Jade muttered. Fudge tried his best not to listen to what Jade was saying, if it weren't for the fact that the little boy sitting in front of him was named Harry Potter. If it weren't for the fact that he was about to enter Hogwarts, and so many eyes in the wizarding world were on this matter. As the minister of the British Ministry of Magic, the busy Cornelius Fudge would certainly not have spared half a day to have a heart-to-heart with a runaway little boy. He had countless more important and urgent matters to handle. Fine then. Who told this child to be named Harry Potter? The ministry will cover a portion of, well, Harry, the cost of your stay at the Leaky Cauldron, this pub. At this point, Fudge paused, seeing Jade's distraction, and quickly finished with one sentence. So enjoy your days here before school starts, Harry, and don't let everyone worry about you anymore. Having said that, Fudge took a long breath and stood up without hesitation. Dumbledore, beside Jade, also stood up and shook hands with Fudge. I believe this news will be in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. I think those who care about Harry will be reassured by your decision, Minister, and praise your tolerance and generosity, Dumbledore said gently to Fudge. Fudge nodded coldly, put on his top hat, and turned to walk out of the booth. Just then, Tom, the pub owner, came over unsteadily with a tray holding a teapot and cups, nearly bumping into the minister. Sorry, minister, are you leaving? Won't you have a cup of tea before you go? Tom hurriedly stepped back and asked urgently. No, take good care of Harry, don't let me down, Fudge instructed Tom briefly, then left with the group of ministry people behind him. After Fudge and those in black robes left, the pub was no longer as quiet as before, the remaining wizards were all peering over toward Jade. Looking at the excited expressions on their faces, it was as if they had seen some big star and wanted to rush over for Jade's signature. If Dumbledore hadn't been beside Jade, they might have already come over. Jade didn't care about any of that, her only relief was that her dinner was finally here. She could already smell the food. Enjoy your dinner, Harry. Then get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I will find a suitable person to explain the things you're confused about, Dumbledore said to Jade, who was focusing most of her attention on the food tray. Jade asked in surprise, What? You're not coming tomorrow? Dumbledore shrugged. I could, actually, but I think Hagrid would be better suited for the job. Jade nodded and stopped paying attention to Dumbledore, focusing instead on tackling the fragrant and inviting roast chicken legs, fried fish fillets, and a bowl of thick soup on the tray. Dumbledore smiled at the sight, quietly backed away, and only after moving a bit further did he speak to the wizards still watching him with awe in the pub. I think Harry is very tired today and would prefer not to be disturbed, don't you agree? The wizards all nodded in agreement. Dumbledore looked back at Jade, who was buried in her food, shaking his head not just at her carefree nature, but also marveling at the child's incredible appetite. Then Dumbledore turned to instruct Tom to take Harry to rest once he finished eating and not let anyone disturb the child, before leaving the leaky cauldron. Hogwarts Castle. Dumbledore walked slowly into the headmaster's office, only to unexpectedly find a figure that shouldn't have been there. Severus. Why are you here so late? Dumbledore asked with a hint of confusion at the back of the figure standing in front of the pensieve. The man Dumbledore called Severus turned around abruptly, revealing a middle-aged man's face. Most striking were his hooked nose and greasy, thick long black hair. Dumbledore, you know why I'm here, why bother with the pretense? Severus Snape said somewhat impatiently, his tone carrying a hint of meanness and sarcasm. The famous savior, Harry Potter, suddenly went missing while visiting the zoo with his aunt, sending half the ministry out to find him. Even if you didn't tell me, it would be splashed all over the Daily Prophet tomorrow. I'm curious, Dumbledore, how do you plan to evaluate that boy? Another James Potter. Dumbledore wasn't angry upon hearing this, instead, he shook his head slightly and gave a gentle wave of his hand, causing a pot of black tea, several porcelain cups, and a small bowl of sugar cubes to appear on the table. I understand, Severus. Please believe me, I didn't intend to hide anything from you. On the contrary, I don't think the child is like James Potter at all, Dumbledore mused slowly. Snape was slightly taken aback, then heard Dumbledore say nonchalantly. I think that child is more like Lily instead. Hearing these words, the black-haired man, who had been maintaining an expressionless face, unconsciously clenched his hands hidden beneath his black robes. A rare flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes, which were usually as calm as a deep well. But as his fists relaxed, Snape's gaze returned to its usual coldness. Oh, is that so? In the drawn-out tone, not a single trace of emotion could be heard. It made one wonder if a person who could make such a sound had any feelings left at all. Or if he was even a normal person. Of course, that child is practically cast from the same mold as Lily. Lively, smart, clever, curious, yet very polite. Care for a cup, Severus. Dumbledore poured himself some hot tea, added several sugar cubes, and then raised the cup toward Snape. Snape stared at Dumbledore with his deep eyes without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room was so cold that the air almost seemed to freeze. Well, it seems I'll have trouble falling asleep again tonight. You know, it's not easy for an old man of my age to get a good night's rest. Dumbledore said regretfully. But then, he picked up the teacup, took a large, satisfying gulp, and waited until he had fully piqued the other's interest before continuing. If Harry weren't a boy, I think he would look even more like Lily, but he does have a pair of bright green eyes just like hers. So, it seems you've already taken a liking to that famous boy. Don't forget that you're the one who left him at his aunt's house for 11 years without a second thought, Snape said, raising an eyebrow in his usual mocking tone. But he didn't seem as angry as when he had questioned Dumbledore just now. Looking at Snape, whose expression had clearly softened, a hint of a smile appeared behind Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. Please trust my judgment. However, what makes me even more curious is why Harry would suddenly want to go to a place he knows nothing about. At this, a trace of confusion appeared on Dumbledore's face as he explained to the black-haired man, when I found the boy, he had actually run off to the airport. Can you imagine? A child who had never been more than 20 kilometers away from his aunt's house was actually able to take a bus to London by himself and then head to the airport. It's truly a miracle, wouldn't you say? This child always manages to bring surprises. Hearing this, Snape quickly frowned. Could someone be trying to lure him away on purpose? He didn't say the imperious curse. If Dumbledore couldn't even tell if a child was under the influence of the dark arts, he wouldn't deserve to be called the greatest white wizard in the history of the wizarding world. Dumbledore shook his head and said, No, 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 I think that child is much smarter than you or I imagined. I'm more inclined to believe that Harry saw something on a television program at his aunt's house that gave him the idea. His trip to the airport happens to prove this point. I don't think those with ill intentions would understand Muggle transportation. At this, Dumbledore changed the subject, speaking with interest about something unrelated. By the way, Severus, do you know about the television invented by Muggles? That invention that can record images of people is completely different from portrait magic. I hope your judgment is correct. Snape interrupted Dumbledore. Having obtained the answer he wanted, he turned and walked toward the office door. That boy has caused quite a stir even before starting school. I hope that once Potter enrolls, Hogwarts won't lose its peace because of him. His tone remained cold and biting. Dumbledore smiled but said nothing. Not until Snape had opened the door and stepped 1 foot out of the headmaster's office did the old headmaster seem to remember something, saying casually, Tomorrow, I'll have Hagrid take Harry to Gringotts to withdraw some money. Perhaps you'd like to see it for yourself, Severus. Snape didn't stop his pace and stepped out the door. Bang! The only answer Dumbledore received was the sound of the office door slamming shut. Once the sound of footsteps descending the stairs had completely vanished. Dumbledore finally set down his cup, walked over to the pensieve, and gazed at his own reflection in the basin. A few seconds, or perhaps a few minutes, passed. Dumbledore tiredly closed his eyes, took out his wand, placed the tip against his forehead, and slowly drew out a long, thin silver thread, shaking it into the pensieve. The silver thread quickly dissolved in the pensieve, creating a ripple of silvery white. And what was reflected in the basin was exactly the bustling airport terminal. Jade slept very peacefully last night. Although the room provided by this pub was a bit worse than District 13, at least the mattress was soft and the pillows were very comfortable. Jade slept straight through to the next day, not waking up from her dreams until it was broad daylight. In a daze, she threw off the covers and jumped off the bed, responding, I know, Uncle Jackie, I'm already up. But when Jade's feet touched the floor, she realized, she was no longer in old Uncle's antique shop or District 13. She had come to London, England, 8 years ago, and had even turned into a boy named Harry Potter. But what Jade was thinking was, great, she didn't have to go to school. She immediately planned to climb back into bed and catch some more sleep. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Just as Jade lay down with a yawn, she heard a series of booming sounds from the hallway, as if someone were doing renovations early in the morning. But listening closely, Jade realized it wasn't the sound of walls being demolished, but the heavy thuds of something weighty stepping on the floor, accompanied by the creaks of the floorboards groaning under the pressure. Good grief, someone who makes that much noise just walking up the stairs must be a super fat guy. Jade thought to herself, just like that villain True from the Black Hand organization. But Jade wasn't worried about meeting bad people. After all, that white-bearded headmaster had told her it was safe here. But when Jade heard the booming sounds getting closer and closer, finally stopping right outside her room door. Jade. With her jinx of a mouth, she hadn't called it again, had she? Knock, knock, knock. A somewhat hurried knocking sounded, or rather, it was less like knocking and more like pounding on the door. It even shook dust down from the ceiling. Outside Jade's room. Hagrid's massive frame nearly filled the entire hallway. He had to lower his head slightly to avoid hitting the floor of the level above. He patted the door several times in succession, his movements a bit hurried due to overexcitement. But at the thought that he would soon see the little fellow he had once held in his arms, who hadn't even been as big as his palm, Hagrid couldn't suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. The last time he had seen Harry was 11 years ago, but the memory was still fresh. It was as if it had happened only yesterday. Hagrid stopped pounding and listened carefully for any movement in the room. Harry should be awake by now. But Hagrid couldn't hear anything, the room was exceptionally quiet. Hagrid had no choice but to raise his palm, large as a palm leaf fan, and pound on the door a few more times, causing the door panel to vibrate so much it almost loosened from the frame. But when Hagrid listened again, he still couldn't hear any sounds of someone getting out of bed. Then, Hagrid's expression changed. He shouted Harry's name, and with a loud thud, he slammed into the door. With his massive frame, even larger than the door itself, he easily burst it open. Inside the room, with a thunderous crash, the overburdened door slammed onto the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, a burly man, so massive he could barely fit through the doorframe, rushed in with a fierce look on his face, frantically shouting Harry's name. He was covered in a thick beard and wore a heavy coat made of some roughly crafted leather, looking for all the world like a barbarian. Although she didn't know his intentions, at least to Jade, who was observing invisibly from the side, this big guy was definitely a villain. Who said this pub was safe? A giant had actually barged into the pub. Jade observed the giant's wild and brutish face, comparing him in her mind to that big guy from the Black Hand organization. Finally, Jade curled her lip in disdain. Although True was a tiny bit shorter in comparison, at least he dressed cleanly and respectably. Jade noticed that after failing to find her, the giant before her, who looked like a small mountain, was clearly getting anxious. He stomped around the room with thundering footsteps, searching everywhere while muttering, "Harry, where are you?" Jade replied silently in her head, "Ha. I'm right here, but too bad you can't see me at all." By now, Jade was basically certain that this fellow was a bad guy. At the very least, his actions fit every impression of a villain in her mind. First, he kept smashing at the door, then he simply barged in. Upon finding she wasn't there, he started rudely ransacking the room. Jade hadn't expected that after coming to a new place, her life would still be so thrilling. Now, I need to get out of this room first, Jade thought, pressing her back against the wall and shimmying out bit by bit. That white-bearded headmaster had told Jade that a teacher from Hogwarts would come today to explain her origins and take her to claim her parents' inheritance. Oh, wait, it should be the inheritance belonging to Harry Potter's parents. As long as she could find the teacher, she probably wouldn't have to worry about this big guy anymore. The small sounds Jade made weren't even a tenth as loud as the giant's footsteps. So naturally, the brutish giant, who was nearly flipping over the bed, didn't notice his prey was about to slip away. One moment was particularly dangerous. The giant, desperate to find her, was less than an arm's length away from Jade, and that was her arm's length. Fortunately, Jade managed a narrow escape. She could vaguely hear the giant muttering something, but his accent was heavy and he used rural slang, Jade could only barely make out a few words. That godforsaken old geezer. I'll definitely slaughter him. Suffice it to say, hearing these words made Jade even more glad she hadn't been sleeping too soundly. Soon, as the giant stopped, panting, and stood in the middle of the room looking around blankly at the mess he had made through his violent search, Jade was already standing outside the door the giant had broken down, turning around to fold her arms and look back at him. Another close call, but she was free. Bye-bye, big guy. You just take your time searching this room. Good luck. After saying this silently, Jade turned without looking back and hurried toward the stairs. Meanwhile, the massive commotion upstairs naturally caught the attention of the patrons drinking or dining in the pub below. Good heavens, with this racket, is Hagrid trying to tear this pub down? An old witch wearing a pointed wizard's hat shielded her plate with her wrinkled hands, complaining with a frown. Shish, keep it down. I say, could something have happened? A short, thin man whispered, casting a wary glance toward a black-haired man sitting quietly in the corner. The man seemed completely indifferent to the noise upstairs, still expressionlessly reading the newspaper in his hands. Otherwise, why would that fellow be here? Could they be catching some dark wizard? Don't be naive, Diggory. Do you think if they were catching a dark wizard, they wouldn't send the Ministry of Magic's powerful Aurors, but instead have the Hogwarts gamekeeper and the potions professor do it? Someone nearby scoffed at Diggory's words and turned to ask a pale young man sitting by the bar, who was wearing a purple turban. Professor Quirrell, you're a teacher at Hogwarts. You must know what's going on, right? The man named Quirrell seemed visibly nervous. He lifted his bloodless face and said with a stutter, "Sorry, this might be some school business or something, it probably isn't. I don't know much." The small, thin man named Diggory curled his lip. Clearly, this disdain was directed at the somewhat effeminate Professor Quirrell. How could someone who gets so nervous he stammers just by speaking normally be a good professor? But from the expression on Diggory's face, he was still curious about what was happening upstairs. He seemed to have vaguely heard someone calling Harry's name. Harry. It couldn't be that Harry, could it? Just then, a surge of green flames flared up from the fireplace. A wizard who had clearly dressed up for the occasion hurried out of the fireplace, his face filled with annoyance. Is it nearly noon already? Merlin preserve me, I hope he's still here. At this point, one of the patrons watching the spectacle shouted at the newcomer, "What's this? Kodos, are you going on a date with some girl? You're dressed like a big peacock." Hearing this, the meticulously dressed Kodos was clearly displeased. However, when he noticed the group of patrons gathered there, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. Is he still here? Several patrons were taken aback. Good heavens, Kodos, I didn't know you weren't into women. Diggory said with a shocked expression, his eyes wide in exaggeration. Kodos was stunned for a moment, then a look of shame and indignation crossed his face. Shut up. Stop messing with me. That boy, has he left? What boy? Oh, Merlin above, you fellow really should be caught by the church and burned at the stake. Seeing that the more he explained, the worse it sounded, Kodos finally couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, enough, shut up. I'm talking about the boy, Harry Potter. Has he left? The name, Harry Potter, seemed to carry its own magic. The entire pub instantly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes fell upon Kodos. Including the pub owner, Tom, who had just been staring at the second floor with a puzzled expression. And that Professor Quirrell, his face was full of shock and disbelief. Even the black-haired man sitting in the furthest corner, who hadn't participated in the conversation at all, slightly raised his head and cast a cold glance over. Kodos, make yourself clear. The famous savior boy. He's coming today. Diggory even leapt up from his chair and grabbed Kodos's arm, asking excitedly. Now that things had come to this, Kodos instead calmed down. He looked around in confusion, then finally raised an eyebrow and said, so, none of you knew. Merlin's pants. Stop keeping us in suspense. How do you know that boy is coming? Diggory urged. But Kodos was no longer in a hurry. He wore a half smile as he looked at the fool who had almost ruined his reputation, and said slowly. I think you must have misheard. I didn't say the person coming was the one you're thinking of. Hey, how can you be such a tease? Diggory immediately got anxious. You clearly just said that name. Right. A chorus of agreement came from around them. So, stop teasing. I'll buy you a drink, how about that? Diggory looked at Kodos again. Sorry, one drink isn't enough. Kodos was silent for a few seconds before finally revealing a triumphant smile. He wagged his index finger and said slowly. You have to buy everyone a drink. But Diggory agreed without the slightest hesitation. No problem. Now you have to say it. When is that boy coming? Kodos spread his hands innocently. When did I say Harry Potter was coming? Just as an infuriated Diggory was about to step forward and teach Kodos a lesson with his fists, Kodos finally spoke quickly. Harry Potter arrived last night. He's staying right here. In Merlin's name, Tom can prove what I'm saying. When they learned that the boy who lived was staying right upstairs in the leaky cauldron, and they hadn't known a thing about it, the wizards in the pub were in an uproar. What did you say? Is it true? The boy is really in the pub. The pub instantly descended into chaos. Everyone first started complaining to Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, accusing him of deliberately keeping it from them. Then, they couldn't wait to start asking all at once, wanting to know which floor Harry was staying on and why he hadn't come down yet. Just then, Diggory, who had been so excited he'd jumped up on the spot, suddenly thought of something and shouted, Wait! So Hagrid is here to pick up that boy. At these words, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Good heavens, I should have known, one of the patrons in Diggory's group shouted. Then why was it so chaotic upstairs just now? Did something happen? Diggory asked next. Hearing Diggory's words, the other wizards who were excitedly discussing the matter shut their mouths. The pub instantly returned to the quiet state it had been in before, though it only lasted for a few seconds. Diggory was the first to bolt toward the second floor. I'll go take a look. You guys wait for good news from me. But the other wizards, who had just realized what was happening, weren't about to let Diggory get his way. They followed right behind him, shouting and clamoring as they surged toward the stairs. They were all impatient to know what had happened to the boy who lived and whether something had gone wrong. If it were just to catch a glimpse of the boy, people probably wouldn't be this excited. Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, had not forgotten the double instructions from the Minister of Magic and the greatest white wizard. Do not let anyone disturb Harry. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Tom strained his voice, shouting at them not to go up, nobody paid him any mind. Oh, poor Tom. Quirrell had wanted to blend into the crowd and go upstairs to take a look. Or so he had intended. But before the pale Quirrell, who looked as if his kidneys had been drained by a vela, could step onto the stairs, he was shoved down by the other boisterous wizards. An old witch, who had been trembling and leaning on a cane just a moment ago, suddenly reached out with agile movements, grabbed Quirrell's turban and his hair, and yanked him backward with force. Using the leverage, the old witch sprang onto the stairs. Poor Quirrell was left behind, clutching his precious turban with a pained and hurried expression, letting out a helpless and cowardly moan. Woo wuu. No, this isn't my fault, don't do this. Unfortunately, nobody cared about Quirrell. Not only was Quirrell a total joke at Hogwarts, but he was the same in Diagon Alley. As for those left downstairs, there was only Snape, with his eyebrows furrowed high, Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, and Quirrell. Snape stood straight, squinting his eyes as if he had sensed something, and began to scan the entire leaky cauldron. And all this chaotic scene was seen by Jade, who had already slipped downstairs and was lurking in a corner, observing in secret. Harry, oh Harry, I'm getting more and more curious about your background. Jade muttered to herself. However, the more chaotic the scene, the better it suited Jade. This way, she could block that big brute upstairs. Jade estimated that it wouldn't be long before that giant-like brute realized she wasn't in the room and came chasing out. assuming he wasn't stupid. Now, Jade had to take advantage of the chaos to meet up with that Hogwarts professor she had just overheard. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention to the corner, Jade quietly moved toward her target. Hagrid was absolutely furious, nearly driven mad. This anger stemmed from many things, including the frantic anxiety of not being able to find Harry, and these noisy idiots who had now almost completely blocked the entire corridor, surrounding him and asking all at once where Harry was. Enough! Everyone be quiet! Hagrid roared. The lung capacity of this half-giant was truly extraordinary. The entire leaky cauldron trembled at his rough, thunderous voice. The chaotic situation was finally curbed, but only temporarily. Because these regular customers who often came to the leaky cauldron all knew Hagrid, and they were not in the least bit afraid of this good-natured Forbidden Forest gamekeeper just because he was angry. Hagrid, where is the boy? Where is he? Can't you let him come out and meet everyone for a moment? We all just want to shake his hand and thank him. Diggory, squeezed in the crowd, shouted up at Hagrid with his head held high. His words drew a chorus of agreement from those around him. That's right, we just want to see Mr. Harry Potter. Merlin bless him, he is the one who ended those terrible, horrific dark days. Someone was even sobbing with excitement. More people had expressions of anticipation on their faces. Those who hadn't lived through those terrifying, dark, and turbulent times wouldn't understand what that child meant to them. But Hagrid was even more agitated. He glared, looked down at Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, and shouted, "Tom, Harry is not in his room. Tell me, where on earth has that boy gone?" The entire leaky cauldron went silent for a moment, with only Hagrid's voice echoing, but the next second, the wizards exploded like boiling water. What did you say? Harry Potter is missing. Quirrell, who hadn't managed to squeeze onto the stairs, looked even more exhausted than before. He dragged his body, walked with difficulty to a chair, and sat down, sweating profusely as if he had just run a marathon. He was muttering something under his breath, though it was hard to tell what. The specific content was probably unclear even to someone sitting right next to him, but it was obvious that Quirrell's expression was terrified, and he was even so startled by Hagrid's shout that he nearly slid off his chair onto the floor. Just as the pub descended into even greater chaos, a small paper ball was tossed accurately, bounced once on the table, and landed right into Quirrell's glass. Quirrell's expression froze, and a flash of anger crossed his face, but he quickly suppressed it. Jade watched as the note she had crumpled into a ball was fished out of the glass by that professor from Hogwarts and tossed casually onto the floor. She was absolutely speechless. Was this guy really the teacher sent to pick her up? Such a weak, incompetent, and frail-looking fellow. Uncle Jackie could probably take 10 of him with one hand. This made Jade suddenly start to wonder if her decision to go to that magic school was really the right choice. Unable to bear it any longer, and seeing that Quirrell had no intention of picking up the paper ball from the floor, Jade helplessly walked forward. To be honest, this teacher's first impression on her was absolutely terrible. Snape had also heard Hagrid's shout just now. That troublesome boy seemed to have run off again. This kind of naughty, rebellious child was practically a born Gryffindor. He was likely the next James Potter, or perhaps worse. Heaven knows how that old fool Dumbledore thought the boy resembled Lily. Snape was debating whether to just walk away or help that half-giant, whose head seemed full of nothing but mush and magical creatures. Suddenly, a commotion from Quirrell's side caught Snape's attention. He saw Quirrell look left and right, then quickly stand up and walk toward the courtyard leading to Diagon Alley. Snape couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Diagon Alley, a winding street paved with cobblestones. Compared to the leaky cauldron, which had become exceptionally noisy because the famous savior had gone missing again. This ancient alley appeared much more peaceful. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, but there weren't few either. Looking closely, their attire was quite different from that of normal people. Quirrell stepped quickly out of the archway. Behind him, the stone wall archway leading to the leaky cauldron closed rapidly after he left, eventually turning back into a solid wall. Quirrell put away his wand and walked into the alley alone, looking very inconspicuous, or rather, he appeared to be alone. But in reality, there were two. Oh my god, are these people all wizards? Why are the things sold here so different from the outside? Jade clutched Quirrell's robes with one hand while looking around at everything with novelty. She felt like her eyes weren't enough to take it all in. This street was filled everywhere with strange and wonderful things. One shop looked like it sold brooms, but the window was crowded with children. They stared up at a broom inside that was fitted with a seat, discussing it animatedly. That's the latest Nimbus 2000. It must fly incredibly fast. If only I could have one. Jade's gaze lingered on the group of children for a few seconds. It sounded like that broom could actually fly, and quite fast at that. If that was the case, Jade wanted one too. Next, Jade passed a pet shop, but the pets displayed in the window were various creatures that couldn't be found in any regular pet shop outside. For example, there was a giant fiery red lizard about the length of Jade's forearm, lying there motionless. But when Jade passed it, it suddenly spat a small puff of flame from its mouth. Cool. Jade exclaimed softly. However, before Jade could eagerly turn around to ask the teacher from the magic school about whether pets were allowed at school, Quirrell had already walked several steps ahead to the next shop. Next to a bookstore. Jade had no choice but to temporarily bid farewell to the pet she deemed most perfect. Once I get some money, I'll definitely come back for you. After whispering this, Jade hurriedly caught up with Quirrell and followed him to a corner. There was no one else here. Only a massive toad lay lazily on a trash can lid, basking in the sun. Jade marveled inwardly. As expected of a magical street only wizards could visit, even the stray animals weren't cats or dogs, but a toad. Harry, are you still there? Quirrell stopped and turned to look at the empty street corner, asking tentatively. His expression at this moment was complex and strange. His eyes held both excitement and a hint of disbelief, and his voice trembled slightly with exhilaration. If you are there, please answer me. In the next second, Jade's response came from behind Quirrell. Of course. If I don't follow you, where else would I go, Mr. Professor? Jade deactivated her invisibility. Only then did Quirrell clumsily turn around. The way he had been facing away from Jade just now looked utterly ridiculous. Oh, my goodness, it really is you. Seeing this pale-faced teacher looking so excited he might faint, Jade raised an eyebrow. Didn't that white-bearded headmaster give you any instructions? Quirrell froze, and after a moment's hesitation, a somewhat stiff smile forced its way onto his face. Are you referring to Headmaster Dumbledore? Exactly, him, Jade nodded, saying with some impatience, didn't he tell you today's arrangements? And who was that big guy just now? This teacher seems a bit slow-witted. Jade evaluated in her mind. For some reason, Jade didn't like this teacher very much. Perhaps it was Quirrell's gaze just now. It was hard for Jade not to associate him with the villains from the Black Hand organization. But, were there bad people in Hogwarts too? Quirrell fell silent, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, Jade frowned slightly and said, Are you okay, Professor? You don't look very well. I'm fine, I'm quite alright. Quirrell hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, while in his mind, that great figure whose name must not be mentioned was flying into a rage. Idiot. Useless. Incompetent fool. What are you afraid of? A child not even 11 years old. Do not let him become suspicious. Tell the boy the truth and gain his trust, do you understand? If you mess this up again, you know the consequences. Hearing his powerful master speak, Quirrell thought of the Dark Lord's punishment and trembled even more. It's like this, Harry. Quirrell forced a smile. The big guy you mentioned should be the school's gamekeeper, Hagrid. Hearing this, Jade looked surprised. So, he's not a bad guy, but also a teacher at that magic school. Jade's eyes widened. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Quirrell nodded repeatedly. That's right. So, You weren't the teacher Headmaster Dumbledore sent to pick me up. With her sharp mind, Jade immediately deduced the answer. Quirrell nodded again but quickly added, "But Harry, you know, I am more than happy to be of service to you." Quirrell continued to speak to Jade, repeating the words the Dark Lord had taught him in his mind. After all, that big fellow doesn't seem very easy to get along with, does he? I think you need a professional teacher to answer all your questions. Hearing this, Jade raised an eyebrow in surprise. This teacher wasn't as useless as she had imagined. But Jade raised a new question. But Professor Dumbledore said he would bring the key to my parents' vault. So, do you have my key on you? Quirrell was speechless once again. Tell the boy that you can take him for a stroll around Diagon Alley first, and when that big guy's temper has cooled, you'll take him back. A raspy voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell subconsciously repeated the words. After listening, Jade thought for a moment and asked, "So you'll help me buy some things, right?" "Of course, as your future teacher, I would be happy to give you some gifts." Seeing that the boy was finally interested, Quirrell breathed a small sigh of relief. He answered very decisively this time. However, if the Quirrell of an hour later had a time turner in his hand, he would return to the present without hesitation and tell himself, "Never say those words." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Jade's face. Although she didn't know why this Hogwarts teacher wanted her to stay or why he seemed so strange. That didn't stop Jade from preparing to fleece him for all he was worth. He was doing it voluntarily, anyway. Then let's get going. By the way, Professor, how should I address you? At this moment, Quirrell was still immersed in the joy of having initially gained Harry Potter's trust, and he answered casually. You can just call me Professor Quirrell. Alright, Professor Quirrell. I'd like to ask, is it possible to keep pets at Hogwarts? Jade asked as she walked over to Quirrell's side, though she still maintained a certain distance. The thick smell of garlic on Quirrell was just as pungent as the smell in old Dad's antique shop. Of course, Harry. Would you like a pet? If possible. Jade's eyes lit up. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. You're such a good person. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.